The story takes us back to the Shadow Mountain Range in the Turian Kingdom. A terrifying monster wave of snow creatures is currently storming the fortress, sending the commander into a total state of panic. He screams for his men to open fire, and a rain of thousands of arrows descends, cutting through the front lines of the beastly horde. However, the monster wave is relentless. They continue their advance, some even using the piled-up corpses of their fallen kin as a grim ladder to scale the fortress walls. Desperate soldiers shout for their comrades to hold the line, pleading with them not to let the creatures reach the top as they thrust their spears downward to stop the climb. Suddenly, one of the monster leaders steps forward. He picks up a massive boulder and treats it like a baseball, swinging a mana-infused club to launch the projectile straight at the Turian defenders. The soldiers watch in absolute shock as the massive stone slams into their ranks. The beast, standing 5 times the size of its peers, prepares another house-sized rock. The exhausted soldiers can only watch in horror, wondering how they are supposed to survive such an onslaught, even with the heavy Turian knights joining the fray. In their desperation, a soldier cries out that they need Dankard. Just as the next massive rock is about to crush them, Kair appears at a blur of speed. He strikes the boulder with the very weapon he took from Dankard after killing him, a massive, pillar-like armament. The impact sends the rock flying straight back into the monster leader's face. The soldiers erupt in cheers, celebrating their survival and hailing the redhead as the new king of Ironcliff. High in the air, Kair struggles with the weight of the massive pillar, cursing Dankard and wondering how that pig of a bastard ever managed to carry such a ridiculously heavy thing. With a roar of effort, he hurls the weapon into the crowd of monsters, crushing them, before descending with his sword to begin a one-sided slaughter. As Kair carves through his enemies, the scene shifts to him reading a book on the fundamentals of mana. He explains the concept of basic overcoming fear, noting that once you learn how to penetrate the enemy's defenses, the next stage is mastering the movement of all realms. We then return to the present battlefield against Count Desmond's forces. Kair's eyes glow with intense focus as he analyzes every inch of his opponent, Hutton. He tracks the movement of Hutton's shoulders, his center of gravity, and the placement of his feet. Kair explains that by catching the signals sent by the body and predicting an opponent's next move, one can face anyone. Hutton lunges at full speed, but Kair effortlessly parries the frontal blow. With a lightning-fast maneuver, Kair shifts to the left, catching Hutton off balance and slicing him across the face, leaving a shallow red mark. Hutton is visibly shaken, realizing that Kair just read his movements perfectly. Before he can recover, Kair lunges for his head, but Hutton lets out a defiant roar, mustering his strength to block the strike and retreat to safety. Kair stands near Gillian, who is still wounded on the ground. Hutton, now gasping for air, realizes that if he hadn't ducked at the last second, his life would be over. He stares at Kair, wondering who this rogue truly is, as he sees nothing special in the man's physique or mana. When Hutton asks for his name, Kair simply retorts that knowing it won't do him any good. Disdainfully, Hutton assumes Kair is just a high-priced mercenary hired by the kingdom, especially since Hutton is already exhausted from his previous fight with Gillian. Kair flashes a small smile and tells Hutton that he has no eye for talent. He officially introduces himself as Kair, captain of the Fenris Knights. Hutton is stunned, having expected the White Lion, Gillian, to be the only captain. From the ground, Gillian grumbles that this is foolish nonsense, but Kair tells the old man to just lie there and shut his mouth. He challenges Gillian to get up and fight if he's so upset, then charges back at Hutton. Despite his exhaustion, Hutton refuses to back down, determined to defend his title as the leader of the Twin-Winged Knights. The two warriors clash in a flurry of steel. Hutton parries and counterattacks, eventually locking blades with Kair. Kair puts both hands on his sword to increase the pressure, but Hutton holds his ground. He mocks Kair's clumsy, graceless movements, claiming that Baron Fenris only raises beasts. Hutton boasts that he has won 5 great knightly battles that decided the fate of territories, asking Kair if he really thinks he'd stoop to fighting a commoner. Kair is unimpressed, noting that those battles are just bets made by mercenaries. He begins to overwhelm Hutton with pure strength, mentioning that their own lord has won over 100 such battles. The shock of this claim causes Hutton to drop his guard for a split second, and Kair immediately capitalizes with a brutal kick to the chin. As Hutton staggers, Kair swings his blade downward in a heavy vertical strike. Hutton barely manages to raise his sword above his head to block it. Furious, Hutton tells Kair to stop his ridiculous chatter. He uses a grappling maneuver to seize Kair's leg, heaving him into the air and slamming him to the ground. As Hutton prepares a finishing blow with the pommel of his sword, he screams that they will eliminate anyone who stands in Count Desmond's way. Suddenly, Gillian intervenes, blocking the strike with his axe. Both Kair and Hutton are shocked to see him standing. Seizing the opening, Kair strikes Hutton in the abdomen, forcing the knight to retreat. It is now a 2-on-1 fight. Gillian, though still struggling for breath, compliments Kair on how strong he has become. Kair is genuinely happy to see his ally back on his feet and asks how he is even moving. Gillian explains that he received help from Priestess Pate, who had been healing him while Kair kept Hutton busy. A frustrated Hutton screams at Gillian, calling him a scoundrel and a vulgar mercenary for interfering in a duel. Gillian ignores the insults and warns Kair not to let his guard down, identifying Hutton as Instructor Baker, the man who nearly killed him. Kair realizes why the opponent is so tough, noting that they likely only have one chance left to end this. The two warriors charge simultaneously. Hutton manages to parry Kair's first strike, but Gillian has already moved to the flank. In a desperate move, Hutton grabs Kair's sword hand and uses a jujitsu technique to twist it, forcing Kair to drop his blade in pain. Hutton then shifts to block Gillian's axe. However, as Kair falls, he kicks Hutton's sword out of his hand. Gillian drops his axe and tackles Hutton, sending both of them crashing to the dirt. Kair recovers instantly and begins raining punches down on Hutton. Gillian joins in from the other side, and the two engage in a brutal, unrefined brawl. Kair lands a heavy kick to the stomach, and while Gillian holds Hutton in place, he delivers a massive head, but that leaves Hutton coughing up blood. The proud knight is left broken and battered on the ground. With his face shattered, Hutton calls them cowardly bastards and asks if they are even knights at all. As they both grab the axe together, they tell him that this is a battlefield, not a tournament. They shout in unison that in battle, only the results matter. While Hutton screams in defiance, Kair and Gillian bring the axe down, crushing his head and ending the fight. Across the field, Count Desmond hears their final war cry and turns to see the gruesome scene, letting out a scream of pure despair at the loss of his champion. Meanwhile, in Rayfold County, Amelia and her allies are holding an emergency meeting. She explains to them that according to the information obtained so far, intelligence she has just received, Count Desmond has officially initiated a war. While Baron Fenris was busy leading a portion of his troops to defend the northern fortress of Perdium, Desmond struck. With a massive army of 30,000 men, he defeated the 29th Legion of the Kingdom stationed there and is now launching a direct assault on the Fenris territory. One of Amelia's allies remarks that Desmond is attacking at the exact moment the Fenris forces are divided. Another adds that although this war was started on Desmond's own initiative, ignoring the wishes of the ducal house, the timing is undeniably perfect. Amelia's guard, Bernaf, warns her that if things continue at this rate, not only will Fenris be destroyed, but Perdium itself could suffer severe damage. After hearing her guard's words, Amelia remains silent for a brief moment before a small smile creeps across her face. She declares that she will, in fact, attack Desmond's territory. At this moment, she is formally introduced as Amelia Rayfold, the Countess of Rayfold. Everyone present is shocked by her declaration. Before they can utter a word, Amelia adds that Desmond's territory is currently empty, stripped of its main fighting force. However, one of her advisors asks what happens after that. Her guard, Bernaf, points out that if they follow through, they must prepare for a total war against the most powerful lord in the north. Amelia tells them that it would be foolish not to act now. She reasons that if Desmond captures Fenris and expands his power, he will inevitably become the new enemy of the ducal house. Conversely, if Ghislain wins, he would become the strongest in the north, and the ducal house would never simply stand by and watch. In either case, whether he wins or loses, Desmond has already fallen into disgrace with the ducal house. Therefore, if she takes his place, she asks rhetorically if they don't think the house will support her more. She answers her own question with a confident, "Of course they will." Bernaf thinks to himself that his lady's strategy can contain both Desmond and Fenris, regardless of who wins the war. It is a brilliant move that brings only advantages. Amelia then orders Bernaf to prepare the expedition, declaring that now is their golden opportunity. He obeys immediately. Moments later, we see Bernaf barking orders to his men to prepare for the march, telling them it is their chance to prove the new greatness of Rayfold. Thousands of soldiers gather, ready to enter the fray and take advantage of their enemies' weaknesses, even though they were technically allies with Count Desmond. Amelia observes the scene from her balcony. She thinks to herself that even though Desmond is strong, Ghislain won't be defeated so easily. However, she believes Ghislain has drawn too much attention to himself. She tells him to wait, as she is the one who will hit him hard this time. Just as she thinks she has already won a battle that hasn't even begun, someone approaches from behind and tells her it has been a while. Amelia is shocked and spins around, but she sees no one. Suddenly, Belinda is already behind her, pointing a dagger at her throat. Belinda remarks that Amelia certainly wouldn't have let this opportunity slip by, noting that everything is happening exactly as the young master predicted. Cold sweat begins to pour down Amelia's face as she recognizes the voice of Ghislain's maid. She demands to know why she is there. Belinda silences her and explains she carries a message from Baron Fenris. The message is simple. It would be better not to act rashly. Belinda tells her they will have to modify their plans. The scene shifts back to the battlefield, where everyone is in a state of shock. The Twin-Wing Knights are stunned to see their commander has been killed by Fenris's men, and Count Desmond is desperate after losing his strongest warrior. Without a second thought, Desmond lunges at the two men responsible for the kill, Gillian and Kair. Kair sees him approaching at full speed and realizes Desmond is coming right for them. He tells Gillian to get ready, but when he turns, Gillian loses consciousness and collapses to the ground. After fighting relentlessly against the strongest enemies and an army of 30,000, and after being pierced in battle, he has finally hit his limit. Kair's expression changes. He is also gasping for air after the grueling fight against Hutton. He curses their luck, thinking they are finished. However, he picks up Gillian's weapon, which is as tall as he is, and screams at Count Desmond to come and get him. He charges forward, announcing himself as Kair, commander of the Cerberus Mercenary Company, king of Ironcliff, and captain of the Fenris Knights. Meanwhile, Count Desmond charges like a madman, fueled by pure fury. Before the two can collide, Ghislain finally arrives. From atop the hill, he readies a shot with his bow and unleashes it at Count Desmond. Desmond notices it at the last second and manages to parry, but the strike is so powerful that his horse is forced to a halt by the sheer momentum of the arrow. Kair notices the interference and stops. Count Desmond cannot believe his eyes. He begins to sweat, wondering how it is possible for Ghislain to be there already. Kair lets out a small smile and calls out to his captain, clearly exhausted. Ghislain charges into action on his horse. The steed is just as furious as its master, which is evident from Ghislain's face as he heads straight for Count Desmond at full speed. All of Ghislain's men are overjoyed to see him, from Gordon and the mercenaries to Galveric. They are all spent from the endless war. Alfoy is ecstatic, jokingly asking where Ghislain got lost to arrive so late. Vanessa and the others share the same relief. On the other side, Count Desmond is far from happy. Surprised, he thinks to himself that the previously prepared plan should still be in motion. He wonders if Ghislain could have eliminated the barbarians so quickly. As he watches him approach, he tries to convince himself that isn't the case, that Ghislain must have just left everything behind and rushed here alone. He mocks Ghislain, asking what he can do by himself and claiming that his haste will lead to his ruin, even though Desmond is internally terrified. From the top of the hill, Ghislain's father, Zwalter, asks a knight if he is sure about what he's saying. The knight, clad in golden armor, responds that for this particular war, part of the command over the kingdom's troops will be delegated to the houses of Fenris and Perdium. He explains that this is a message from the Marquis of Bramford. After hearing this, Zwalter offers his thanks, while his brother notes that it seems they aren't too late. Zwalter agrees and bellows orders to his men. He tells them to leave Desmond to Ghislain while they handle the smaller fries. He commands the knights to raise their swords, and a wave of soldiers descends from the hill, charging toward Desmond's men with a deafening cry for Fenris. The twin-winged knights are horrified to see an army coming at them from all directions, wondering how they could have filled the entire ridgeline. Count Desmond is shocked, recognizing the armor of Perdium and the kingdom's army. He realizes the Crown Prince's faction has intervened and curses the useless members of the ducal house. He decides to focus solely on Ghislain and charges at him. However, the twin-winged knights beat him to it, swarming Ghislain and declaring that Baron Fenris is their only target. They believe that if they kill him, victory will be theirs. Ghislain calls out to his horse, Black King, and orders him toward Gillian. The magnificent stallion understands immediately. As the twin-winged knights attack simultaneously, Black King leaps over them in a single bound. Immediately after, Ghislain strikes down every knight in his path before charging with full power at Count Desmond. Ghislain and Count Desmond finally come face to face, locking eyes intensely. Ghislain leaps from his horse and swings his axe at Desmond. The Count manages to dodge by ducking and using his sword to parry part of the blow. Desmond attempts a counterattack, but Ghislain avoids it with a roll, grabs him by the neck, and slams his face into the dirt. Desmond reels from the impact, spitting blood. Meanwhile, Black King heads toward Gillian. Kair calls out to the horse, and at full speed, the stallion slides in to pick up Gillian and Kair. Now, Ghislain and Count Desmond stand face to face. It is clear that one of them will die today, and it is certainly going to be Desmond. The Count calls him a bastard, screaming that Ghislain destroyed a plan years in the making and that even his loyal knights, Hutton and Victor, were sacrificed because of him. With pure rage, he shouts that Ghislain interfered in everything and never acted as he wanted until the very end, when he finally showed up of his own free will. He points his sword and asks if Ghislain is ready. Ghislain looks at him and simply responds that he has been waiting for this day for a very long time. Walter levels his sword at Count Desmond and his forces, then bellows the order to his troops. Move. Push with everything you have. Every soldier surges forward at once, attacking the twin-winged knights from all sides and closing the net around them. The assault is immediate and overwhelming. Buckling under the combined pressure of Gislin's allies, the twin-winged knights cry out in desperation. The front line is collapsing. The enemy's momentum is unstoppable. Where is Count Desmond? They need his orders, and they need them now. Drawing raw energy from the arrival of their reinforcements, Gordon throws himself into the fray with pure fury. Get off your horses. Damn you. Now it's your turn to suffer. One of the twin-winged knights steps up and rallies his comrades. This is not the time to wait for orders. Hold formation and annihilate every enemy in front of you. Several twin-winged knights break off from the main force and charge directly at the mages, at Gordon, Galveric, Alfoy, and Vanessa, correctly identifying them as the most exhausted fighters on the field. Seeing them coming, Gordon manages a tense, nervous smile. This was not supposed to happen. His pirate companion snaps back. That idiot went and drew all their attention for absolutely no reason, charging in like a reckless fool. Behind them, Alfoy stands pale and hollow, barely on his feet, groaning that he doesn't even have a drop of mana left to absorb. Then someone behind them shouts fire, and a volley of arrows screams down from above, striking the twin-winged knights at the very last second and saving Gordon and the others from certain death. They spin around to look, and there on the hill, a single voice cuts through the chaos. We waited at the rendezvous point for ages, you disobedient fools. It's Claude. He sits tall on his horse, composed and commanding, and he roars the order to his men. All forces, begin operations, support our allies immediately. Gislin's troops open up with a barrage of crossbow fire, tearing into Count Desmond's soldiers. Black King charges at full gallop, carrying Gillian to safety and kicking every twin-winged knight that dares stand in his path. Walter and his men press the attack, and Gislin's broader forces join the push from every angle. The tide of the battle shifts violently. One by one, Count Desmond's men begin to fall. The scene cuts away from the chaos of the main battle and narrows its focus to what matters most. The duel between Gislin and Desmond, two men now standing face to face. Desmond swings his sword in a sharp strike. Gislin catches it on the flat of his axe, deflecting the blow cleanly. Desmond pivots, shifts Gislin's axe aside, spins on his heel, and drives his fist low toward Gislin's legs. But Gislin reads the intent before the motion even completes. He plants his axe into the ground, vaults himself into the air, clears the punch entirely, and lands a kick directly into Desmond's face. Without pausing for a single breath, he follows with a downward axe strike. Desmond raises his sword to block, but the force of the blow is ferocious. It drives him backward and drops him to one knee. Gislin is already surging forward again, and as Desmond watches him close the distance, watching his own men fall one after another on the battlefield beyond, something breaks open inside him. He thinks to himself, I have lived my entire life without a single mistake. My plans were always perfect. I always steered my house in exactly the right direction. Trial and error, failure and correction, those things had simply never existed in my life. But Gislin gives him no time for reflection. He unleashes a relentless flurry of strikes, and though Desmond blocks and answers each one, Gislin drops low, uses his axe as a brace, and launches a kick that connects square in Desmond's stomach and sends the Count staggering. Desmond crashes to the ground, bloodied, breathless, and as he sees Gislin raising his weapon for another strike, the thought tears through him. Then why? Why is this happening? Gislin brings the axe down in a devastating overhead blow. Desmond catches it on his sword, and the collision is so violent it detonates between them. Ghislain takes note of this. Desmond actually stopped that. He stopped it. Count Desmond snarls up at him. Who do you think you are, to shake everything I built? When you first moved against me, for the first time in my life, my plans fell apart. His hands are trembling under the crushing weight of Ghislain's weapon pressing down on him. But he gathers himself, begins to push back against the axe, and spits out the words, "The people who trusted me and followed me died by your hand. I swallowed humiliation after humiliation because of you." With one final surge of effort, he hurls Ghislain's weapon aside and sends the Duke stumbling backward. Then Desmond explodes forward in a direct charge. Ghislain sidesteps and counters with his axe. Desmond rolls out of the way with an acrobatic flip and unleashes a scream from somewhere deep in his chest. Because of you, because of you. He brings his sword crashing down, but Ghislain catches it. No time to brace the axe, so he uses his sword. Desmond drives his blade forward with every ounce of strength he has left, and the collision produces another explosion that kicks up a massive cloud of dust and hurls Ghislain backward through the air. Ghislain lands and reads what he is seeing. This power, Desmond is feeding everything into his mana core, burning through it, burning through his own life force to fuel it. An aura begins to rise and coil around Count Desmond as he declares that he cannot lose. Does Ghislain truly think he will stand here and let everything he built crumble to nothing? There is only one way to correct this. Only one way to reverse it all. He has to kill Ghislain. He pours every last fragment of his power into a single motion and launches himself at Ghislain at supersonic speed. Ghislain sees him coming and knows with cold clarity that he cannot dodge in time. It looks, for a moment, as though Desmond lands the hit. Ghislain's helmet goes spinning into the air. But in truth, at the very last instant, Ghislain managed to deflect the strike just enough. The blow grazes rather than destroys. As the blood begins to run, Ghislain speaks, and his voice is quiet, almost distant. Harold Desmond, I still cannot forget that emptiness I felt the first time I killed you. Even after tearing your corpse apart hundreds of times, thousands of times in my mind, the people precious to me still did not come back to life. The memories flood through him then, one face after another. His father, his sister, Vanessa, Alfoy, Claude, Kayer, Gillian, Belinda. Now it's different. Now I will tear you apart for them. Ghislain begins to gather his mana, coiling it, compressing it, and launches his counter at Desmond's head. Desmond pulls back just barely, but not completely. Ghislain catches his ear. What follows is a blur of controlled brutality. Ghislain assaults Desmond with both axe and sword, strike after strike. Desmond parries and fires back, but Ghislain blocks the counter, answers with the axe, uses it to break Desmond's footing, and drives his sword through the Count's body. Desmond tries to strike back even with the blade inside him, but Ghislain parries again, slams the axe into his chest, and then with one clean motion brings the sword down and severs Desmond's right arm at the shoulder. Drenched in his own blood, Desmond rasps, "Back then, I should have aimed for you, not your sister. From the very beginning, I should have crushed you." Ghislain does not respond. He drives his sword through Desmond's chest a second time. The scene shifts to Raoul Josefi, seated in his private office, flanked by advisors. He tells them to quiet down, then asks with a calm that borders on disdain. Everyone seems quite rattled. Was it truly so shocking that Count Desmond launched a surprise war? One of the advisors bristles. This is an affront against the ducal house. The other adds that the incident has earned the deep displeasure of the royal family, and word has come that every noble aligned with the ducal faction in the capital has been arrested. Josefi looks at them the way a chess player looks at pieces that can no longer serve their purpose. If you lose your composure over a variable this small, he begins. Lately, Count Desmond has simply not been producing the results he once did. One can imagine how deeply that must frustrate a man like him. He pauses, then continues. He is, at his core, a man who spent his entire life in pursuit of perfection, now trying to erase a stain from his story. I can understand that feeling. And if you cannot even understand the heart of a person, he concludes, can you truly call yourselves advisors to Her Highness Delphine? The first advisor insists they don't doubt for a moment that Desmond will conquer the north. Their concern is about what comes after, specifically whether Desmond, once he takes the north, will actually obey the orders of the ducal house. Josephi simply tells them, when the civil war begins, whether he wants to or not, he will comply. Then Cain Balzac speaks. His voice carries the weight of someone who has seen Ghislain fight and never forgotten it. What do you think happens, he asks, if Count Desmond is defeated? The room tightens. One of the advisors scoffs that it's impossible. An army of 30,000, still unable to defeat Fenris with only a few thousand at his back? Josephi, however, turns to Cain with genuine interest. Does this concern you? Cain Balzac's answer is measured but unambiguous. As I said before, Ghislain is not an opponent you dismiss easily. And if, by some chance, Desmond were to lose to Ghislain, what worries me most is that Desmond will release that power at the end. The chapter closes by returning to the battlefield. Ghislain has run his sword through Desmond, and yet Desmond is not dead. Not even close. His eyes are brighter, more alive, more terrifying than they have been at any point in this entire fight. What power is Cain Balzac talking about? The battlefield falls into a heavy, suffocating silence as the tide of the duel takes a horrific, supernatural turn. Count Desmond stands broken, his right arm severed and Ghislain's blade buried deep within his chest, yet he does not fall. Instead, a terrifying, viscous dark aura begins to seep from his wounds, coiling around him like ink in water. Jagged bolts of dark lightning crackle through the air, illuminating the desperation in his eyes as he locks onto Ghislain's position. In a display of raw, terrifying willpower, Desmond reaches out with his remaining left hand, gripping the cold steel of the blade protruding from his own ribs. With a guttural roar and a surge of primal strength, he snaps the mana-reinforced sword in two as if it were nothing more than a brittle twig. Ghislain watches in genuine disbelief, his breath hitching as he witnesses a man who should be dead continue to exert such overwhelming pressure. The logic of combat has been discarded. Desmond is no longer moving through muscle and bone, but through sheer, unadulterated malice. As the dark aura intensifies, threatening to swallow the very light around them, Ghislain instinctively leaps back. He puts several meters of distance between himself and this new, monstrous version of the Count, his mind racing to process the impossibility of what he just saw. Staring down at the jagged remains of his shattered weapon, Ghislain feels a cold sweat prickle his skin. He wonders to himself how any human could possess the sheer brute force required to shatter a blade completely enveloped in high-density mana. It defies the laws of their world. He calls out to Desmond, his voice tight with a mixture of anger and growing apprehension, demanding to know the source of this grotesque power. Desmond doesn't answer with words at first. Instead, the lightning around him grows more violent. In the center of his chest, precisely where the sword had pierced him, the mana begins to collapse inward, forming a swirling, golden vortex that looks like a miniature black hole. Blood continues to spray from his severed shoulder, soaking into the earth, but Desmond ignores the agony. He staggers toward his own fallen sword, his eyes fixed on Ghislain with a murderous clarity. He mutters that he never intended to reveal the forbidden strength granted to him by the ducal house in a place like this, but he realizes now that exposing his dark secret is a far better fate than meeting his end at Ghislain's feet. The heavy plates of Desmond's armor begin to buckle and fall away, hitting the dirt with a hollow metallic clang as his body overflows with taboo energy. His eyes ignite with an unnatural, piercing glow, and the black hole in his chest pulses with a rhythmic, haunting light. He stares through Ghislain, declaring that they have both passed the point of no return. Before the words can even echo across the clearing, Desmond vanishes. He moves with supersonic velocity, a blurred streak of darkness that shatters the sound barrier. He lunges at Ghislain, swinging his blade with enough force to cleave a mountain. Ghislain's reflexes, honed through a lifetime of slaughter, barely save him as he raises his axe just in time to catch the blow. The impact is tectonic, sending a shockwave through the ground that kicks up a wall of dust. Still suspended in the air from the momentum of his own charge, Desmond displays a terrifying level of kinetic control. He spins his body mid-flight, using the centripetal force to launch a secondary strike from a blind angle. Once again, the metallic shriek of steel on iron rings out as Ghislain parries, his boots carving deep furrows into the soil as he is pushed back. Gritting his teeth, Ghislain attempts to seize the initiative, launching a rapid-fire sequence of counterattacks, but Desmond's movements have become fluid, almost precognitive. The Count parries every single strike with an air of cold superiority. He tells Ghislain that his efforts are utterly futile. He effortlessly bats away 2 frontal assaults and expertly deflects a third, closing the distance until they are chest to chest. Desmond sneers, claiming that every movement Ghislain makes and every attack he conceives is laid bare before his eyes. The power gap has become a chasm. Desmond finds a microscopic opening and slashes Ghislain across the chest, the blade drawing a bright line of crimson. He follows up instantly with a horizontal sweep, but Ghislain narrowly evades the killing blow by spinning his body backward in a desperate acrobatic maneuver. Seeing a fleeting chance, Ghislain executes a powerful taekwondo kick aimed squarely at the Count's temple. It is a strike delivered with perfect form, but Desmond simply tilts his head, letting the foot whistle past his ear. The Count counters with a lightning-fast back kick of his own, striking with the weight of a battering ram. Ghislain manages to brace his axe against the blow, but the sheer kinetic energy sends him reeling backward, his arms vibrating from the force. Internal alarm bells are screaming in Ghislain's head. He realizes that this is a losing game. Every one of his tactical strikes is being neutralized before they can even land. He simply cannot match the defensive reaction speed Desmond now possesses. But the Count isn't finished. He doesn't give Ghislain a single second to recover his breath. Screaming that no amount of skill can overcome the absolute power he now wields, Desmond charges again. Ghislain pours every ounce of his mana into a heavy axe swing, aiming to crush the Count's defense through pure weight, but Desmond skillfully parries the head of the axe and redirects the force into the ground. He follows through with a vicious counterthrust that Ghislain barely catches on the shaft of his weapon. Ghislain tries to transition into a low, sweeping strike to take out the Count's legs, but Desmond is already a step ahead. He knocks the axe upward with a brutal flick of his wrist, sending Ghislain's guard flying high and leaving his entire torso exposed. Desmond seizes the moment, driving his blade deep into Ghislain's right leg. Blood spatters the grass as Ghislain winces in pain. Desmond immediately transitions into a crushing overhead strike intended to split Ghislain in two. In a desperate, last-second roll, Ghislain escapes the direct hit, though the Count's blade still manages to tear through his cloak, severing the heavy fabric as if it were silk. The two warriors engage in a frantic, high-speed exchange, their weapons clashing dozens of times per second. For a brief, flickering moment, they lock eyes in a clinch, the air between them ionizing from the friction of their mana. Desmond suddenly drops low, aiming a devastating strike at Ghislain's injured legs. Ghislain responds by flipping through the air, narrowly avoiding the blade. While still inverted, he attempts to bring his axe down on Desmond's head, but the Count blocks it and readies a thrust for the exact moment Ghislain's feet touch the dirt. Ghislain, anticipating the trap, ducks into a low crouch and swings for Desmond's shins, but the Count effortlessly leaps over the arc of the axe. The tension reaches a breaking point as they stand frozen for a heartbeat, staring each other down. Ghislain pours his remaining strength into a massive lateral swing, a strike meant to end the fight then and there. To his absolute horror, Desmond doesn't even dodge. He pins the axe head against the ground with his sword and delivers a brutal front kick directly into Ghislain's solar plexus. The sound of ribs cracking echoes across the field as Ghislain is sent hurtling through the air, coughing up a spray of blood. He is completely defenseless, his momentum carrying him away from his weapon. Desmond begins to charge a final, decisive blow, his face twisted in a mask of triumph. He declares that the end has arrived and that Ghislain has officially lost. In the stands, the atmosphere is one of pure terror. Ghislain's father, Walter, watches with a pale face, while Claude and Kair stand paralyzed by the sheer scale of the destruction. Only Lucas keeps his head. Seeing Ghislain in midair and unarmed, Lucas draws his own sword and hurls it across the battlefield with perfect aim. Ghislain, even while reeling from the kick, reaches out his hand as if he had sensed the weapon coming all along. But time is running out. Desmond's blade is inches away from Ghislain's throat, and a massive, blinding explosion erupts where the two men collide, obscuring everything in a cloud of golden and black smoke. Away from the carnage, Cain Balzac and Josephi observe the fallout from a distance. Cain's expression is grim as he notes that Desmond has finally unleashed that power. Josephi asks for clarification, wondering if he means the forbidden strength obtained through a dark pact with them. Cain nods, explaining that while the mana circulation method is fundamentally incomplete and unstable, its effects are undeniable. It allows a human to momentarily break the shackles of their own physical limits, reaching a realm of power that shouldn't exist. Josephi realizes the danger, noting that if Desmond is truly using that strength, Ghislain is in an impossible situation. However, Cain remains focused on a different, more troubling detail. He wonders why Ghislain's own mana seems to share the exact same nature as this forbidden, demonic power. The scene shifts back to the crater on the battlefield. As the dust settles, Ghislain is revealed to be standing, his hand gripped firmly around the hilt of Lucas's sword. He successfully parried Desmond's killing blow at the very last microsecond. Desmond is gasping for air, his face drenched in sweat and disbelief. He cannot comprehend how a human could block a full power strike fueled by the forbidden core. Ghislain is also breathing heavily, his body trembling from the strain. He admits that the power is indeed absurd, noting that even with 3 of his own cores open, the pressure is almost too much to handle. He reflects on his past life, realizing that when he killed Desmond before, he had done so with a single, swift strike to the waist, never giving the Count the chance to activate this transformation. Memories of the past flicker through Ghislain's mind. He recalls others who utilized this specific, volatile brand of mana, notably the Raging Vanessa, who employed a nearly identical circulation technique. He looks Desmond in the eye and tells him coldly that he has faced enemies far more terrifying than a mere Count. He declares that if his current level of power is insufficient to bridge the gap, then he will simply have to evolve right here, right now. A brilliant, blinding light begins to emanate from Ghislain's chest. With a sudden, explosive surge of mana, he shoves Desmond back, creating a pocket of space. Ghislain explains that since the nature of Desmond's mana is so similar to his own, it provides the perfect catalyst to forge a new core. He closes his eyes, centering his spirit as he prepares to expand the vessel of his soul to contain the energy of the world itself. He focuses on dampening the internal shockwaves that would normally tear a man apart, and with a roar of determination, he commands his 4th core to open. An astronomical pillar of mana erupts from Ghislain, forming a shimmering, impenetrable sphere of energy around him. Desmond is frozen, his confidence shattered as he watches the impossible unfold before his eyes. Cold sweat pours down his face as he recognizes the pattern of the mana, a pattern that should not belong to a mere mortal. Ghislain drops into a low, lethal stance, the sword from Lucas now glowing with a fierce, sun-like yellow radiance. He asks Desmond if he can still see his attacks, his voice echoing with the weight of a god. He tells the Count to watch closely, for this will be the last thing he ever sees. Ghislain vanishes. He doesn't just move fast. He tears through the fabric of space itself. For a billionth of a second, Desmond sees his own terrified reflection in the polished steel of the blade. There is no time to scream, no time to parry, and no time to regret. Ghislain passes through him like a ghost, and the Count is cleaved perfectly in half, his body falling in two separate pieces as the shockwave of the strike finally catches up, shattering the ground for 50 meters behind him. In the silence that follows, Cain Balzac watches the finality of the strike. He muses that if Desmond, even with his forbidden power, couldn't take Ghislain's life, then the world is facing a new kind of monster. Josephi can only ask one final, trembling question. Exactly how deep does Ghislain's awakening truly go? In the grand halls of the capital of Cardinia, the air is thick with a tension that even the most seasoned politicians find suffocating. Inside Branford's private office, the silence is shattered by the trembling voice of Marquis Morris McQuarrie. He stands paralyzed, clutching a report as if it were a death warrant, his face pale with disbelief. He stammers, asking if his ears have deceived him. Is it truly possible that the Baron of Fenris is being hailed as the best sword of the North? Standing before him, a member of the Golden Guard remains stoic, confirming the news with cold, hard facts. He explains that the Fenris Knights have displayed a level of raw power and unshakable loyalty that completely eclipses even the legendary Knights of the Two Wings. He goes on to describe their exclusive mage, whose magical prowess is said to rival even Willow, a master of the Sixth Circle. But the most terrifying detail is the individual strength of Baron Ghislain Fenris himself. The guard confirms that Ghislain has ascended to the level of a true master, possessing a force that makes his new title not just a nickname, but an absolute reality. Rosalind, her heart pounding in her chest, leans forward with a look of pure concern. She asks if Ghislain is safe, her voice small amidst the political giants in the room. The guard reassures her, noting that the Baron is currently overseeing the aftermath of the battle and is already making strategic moves to absorb the entirety of Count Desmond's territory. This news sends Morris into another spiral of shock. To take the land as well? It is a bold, almost predatory move. Sir Bilor Norton lets out a hearty, booming laugh, remarking that this is exactly what he expected from such a formidable man. Count Aylesbury nods in grim agreement, stating that from this moment on, it is no exaggeration to say that the Fenris household is now the undisputed powerhouse of the North. However, the rapid ascent of a new hero doesn't sit well with everyone. Marquis Morris, his eyes darting around the room, suggests that perhaps Ghislain is growing a bit too fast for comfort. He wonders aloud if they should find a way to rein him in, to put a leash on this rising star before he becomes untamable. Rosalind is sharp with her response, asking him exactly what he means by restraining a hero of the kingdom. Morris, caught off guard by her directness, tries to justify his fear. He argues that Ghislain has always been the type to ignore orders and act on his own whims. If he becomes the great lord of the North, Morris fears no one will be able to control him. He reminds the room that their faction's goal was for Ghislain to keep the North in check, not to become its sole, absolute ruler. Tolio steps in to support the Marquis's logic, suggesting that a tactical adjustment might be necessary to ensure Ghislain remains a useful tool for the Pro-Prince faction. But Branford silences the room with a single, sharp word: impossible. He declares that Baron Fenris is their strongest shield against the looming threat of the duchy. To him, these petty internal power struggles are distractions. Their true enemy is the Delphine Duchy, and nothing else matters. Sir Bilor Norton turns to Morris with a warning that carries the weight of steel, telling him never to touch the Baron under any circumstances. To soften the blow, he adds that the victory wasn't Gislin's alone. It was won thanks to the support of the royal army and the Perdium troops. Aiden quickly jumps on the opportunity to flatter the Marquis, claiming that without the Macquarie army, the battle would have been a disaster. Morris, vanity finally winning over his fear, puffs out his chest. He agrees, feigning a sense of modesty while internally taking all the credit for a victory he had nothing to do with. Satisfied that the egos in the room have been managed, Branford adjourns the meeting. Once the office clears, Branford's expression darkens. He orders Tolio to bring in Count Foud. The Count, who had been kept under lock and key while the fate of the North was decided, enters the room looking weary but sharp. He takes one look at Branford and correctly guesses that since he is being released, Gislin must have won. Branford tells him he is free to go, warning him to tell the other duchy-aligned nobles to behave themselves to avoid another unpleasant incident. Foud stands in silence for a moment, the tension between them crackling, before he drops a chilling prophecy. He tells Branford that he has made a fatal error. By allowing Count Desmond to die, the delicate balance of the kingdom has been shattered. The civil war they all feared is no longer a possibility. It is now a certainty. Branford tries to dismiss the Count's words, claiming that the pro-prince faction is the only thing keeping the peace. But Foud scoffs, telling him that it was never the faction holding back the tides of war, it was the duchy itself. He points out the tragic reality of their king, who lies bedridden and helpless, a mere puppet for the Marquis's ambitions. He asks Branford if there is anything left in this kingdom that doesn't bow to his will. The insult hits home, and Branford explodes in rage, ordering the Count to shut his mouth. Guards instantly pin Foud against the wall, blades pressed against his throat. Even as he trembles with fear, Foud leaves them with one final warning. They have forgotten the true nature of Duke Delphine. He insists that his side only wanted to prevent the bloodbath that is now inevitable. As the guards drag Foud away, Branford is left alone in the darkening office. His mind drifts back to a time long ago, to a flashback where he and a younger Duke Delphine stood together as something resembling friends. In the memory, Delphine asks with a detached curiosity if power and politics really matter in a world where everything eventually turns to dust. Branford had argued that those things are what give life meaning, as their choices determine the survival of thousands. But Delphine wasn't listening. He was watching a line of ants moving across the dirt. With a cold, vacant expression, he mused about the pointlessness of creatures that don't live forever, before casually crushing the entire line under his boot. He told Branford that his eyes were set on something much further than human politics. Back in the present, Branford stares out into the night, whispering Delphine's name, realizing it has been far too long since they looked each other in the eye. The scene shifts far to the south, to the Eclipse Castle of the Delphine Duchy. The fortress is a Gothic nightmare of jagged spires and oppressive shadows. Joseph walks down a long, cold corridor alongside Cayenne Balzac, his nerves visibly frayed. He asks if it's true that the Duke is furious. Cayenne confirms the grim reality, noting that while the Duke usually stays out of the details, the loss of Desmond has forced him to personally intervene. Joseph begins to sweat, the fear radiating off him in waves. Cayenne tries to offer a word of comfort, but Joseph snaps at him, trying to maintain a shred of dignity as they reach the towering doors of the audience chamber. The doors groan open to reveal a massive, cavernous room. At the far end, Duke Delphine sits on a throne, his back to the entrance. His unnaturally long hair spills over the back of the chair, and even from a distance, the sheer weight of his mana makes it hard to breathe. Cayenne and Joseph immediately drop to their knees, their foreheads nearly touching the cold stone floor. After a suffocating silence, the Duke's voice echoes through the hall. He asks if Desmond is truly dead. Joseph, his voice cracking, confirms that the Count fell to Baron Gislin Fenris. The Duke repeats Gislin's name, the words rolling off his tongue with a dangerous curiosity. He notes that the name has been popping up frequently of late. Joseph, desperate to save his own skin, begs for forgiveness, admitting he underestimated the boy's potential. The Duke ignores the apology and turns his attention to Kyan, asking for a professional assessment of the Baron. Kyan doesn't sugarcoat it. He tells the Duke that in the north, there is no one left who can match Ghislain, and if he is left to grow any further, he will become an unstoppable force. In a gesture that mirrors the chilling habits of a predator, the Duke begins to crack his knuckles, thumb against index finger, a rhythmic, haunting sound that echoes like a ticking clock. He tells Joseph that he has been patient, entrusting him with everything because he enjoyed the anticipation. But now, his dark aura begins to flood the room, turning the air into lead. The Duke's expression is a mask of shadowed malice as he declares that he is finally starting to feel thirsty for action. Joseph is nearly crushed by the pressure, gasping for air as the Duke asks if he is still clinging to his cautious plans. Joseph uses every ounce of strength he has left to argue that being too hasty could lead to disaster, but the Duke points out that they have already lost the north. In a final, desperate play, Joseph reveals that he has made contact with them. He promises that an envoy is coming, someone who will solve their problems and quench the Duke's thirst before it turns into a catastrophe. The Duke scoffs at Joseph's obsession with small, external powers, but he agrees to wait just a little longer. However, he warns them that the clock has run out of time. He dismisses them, and Joseph scrambles out of the room as fast as his legs can carry him. Kyan follows, but not before glancing back at the Duke, who is now surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark energy. The Duke demands to be left alone, his fury manifesting as a physical force that shakes the very foundations of the castle. Days later, a new figure arrives at the Eclipse Castle. This man walks with the quiet confidence of a god. He approaches the Duke and asks if the slaughter should begin immediately. The Duke looks out over his dark kingdom and tells him to wait, just a little while longer. The mysterious warrior is revealed to be Aiden, one of the 7 legendary noble knights of the continent. He is the very man who ended Ghislain's life in the previous timeline, a shadow from the past that has finally returned to finish the job. Aiden bows deeply, his voice a cold promise of the violence to come, as he accepts the Duke's command. The chapter opens on a scene of heavy, suffocating silence, broken only by the ragged breathing of our protagonist. Ghislain lies in his bed, his body battered and exhausted after a grueling series of consecutive battles against a relentless onslaught of enemies. He is drenched in a thick layer of cold sweat, his muscles still twitching from the memory of combat, when suddenly his eyes snap open. But he isn't greeted by the familiar ceiling of his room. Instead, he finds himself looking up at a sky choked by darkness. Massive, swirling clouds in the shape of a terrifying tornado loom over the capital of Cardinia, and the air itself seems to tear open. Mysterious portals manifest across the heavens, and from these jagged rifts, horrific monsters begin to pour out, descending upon the capital like a plague. Below him, the city is a vision of hell. Cardinia is burning, the flames consuming everything in their path as the monstrous horde encircles the once great capital. Ghislain watches this devastation from a spectral vantage point, hovering above the carnage like a ghost. He is paralyzed by a sense of profound shock, his mind racing as he wonders if this is a fragment of a memory from his past life. He begins to tremble, the sight of this unmitigated horror forcing him to realize that this is the nightmare he lived through. The deep, blood-red sky, the inexplicable rifts tearing through the fabric of the continent, and the bizarre, otherworldly creatures that emerged to turn their world upside down. This was the era of the Great Calamity, the moment when the 7 strongest individuals of the continent, Ghislain included, were forced to finally take a stand and act with everything they had. As he hovers there, Ghislain is plagued by the question of why he is witnessing this specific scene now. His phantom gaze is soon drawn to a lone figure, a knight charging headlong into the fray. This mysterious warrior sets his sights on a particularly grotesque monster, a beast whose head is composed of multiple human skulls fused together, with a glowing core of concentrated aura pulsing at the center of its chest. The knight, distinguished by his long, flowing white hair, charges forward with an unnatural sense of calm, seemingly undisturbed by the chaos surrounding him. Ghislain, watching with bated breath, questions the identity of this stranger. With a movement so fast it almost defies the eye, the mysterious knight swings a massive sword. In a single, fluid motion, he cleanly severs the arm of the monster as it attempts to strike. Without losing momentum, the white-haired warrior drives his blade deep into the creature's chest, aiming directly for the aura core. He gives the sword a powerful twist, rotating the steel to tear a gaping, hollow void where the monster's life force once resided. Ghislain is captivated and confused. He is certain this man does not exist in his memories of the war, yet something about the knight feels hauntingly familiar. The knight continues his dance of death, engaging yet another monster. This time, he parries a heavy blow with effortless precision before shattering the beast's core with a pinpoint strike. Ghislain's eyes widen in sudden realization as he observes the technique. He recognizes that specific brand of swordsmanship. It is the legendary sword of the Perdium family. This isn't just any style. It is the ideal sword, a level of mastery that transcends everything Ghislain ever knew about his own family's martial arts. Just as the knight finishes his strike, another monster creeps up from his blind spot, lunging toward his shoulder. Ghislain, caught up in the vision, screams out a warning, but the knight is already reacting. Sensing the threat through a thin curtain of mana he has spread around his body, the warrior detects the monster's blade the moment it touches his aura. He dodges with feline grace, parries the follow-up, and delivers a lethal counter-blow without even needing to turn his head. Ghislain is left in awe, begging the vision to show him more, reaching out his hand toward the mysterious figure in a desperate plea for just one more moment of clarity. But as he reaches out in the vision, his hand finds purchase in the physical world. He snaps awake, his hand gripping Belinda's arm. Belinda is visibly startled by the sudden movement, explaining that she was only trying to wipe away his sweat because he looked like he was trapped in a terrible nightmare. Ghislain slowly pulls himself back to reality, letting out a heavy, shaky breath as he apologizes. To himself, he confirms that it was just a dream, though his heart is still hammering against his ribs and his breath remains short. Belinda, ever concerned, places a gentle hand on his forehead, asking if he is hurt or if he needs her to fetch a restorative elixir. Ghislain, trying to regain his composure, simply tells her that he is fine. He pushes himself out of bed and begins to dress, while Belinda updates him on the latest political developments. She informs him that a messenger has arrived from Marquis Branford in the capital. The message is significant. Now that Ghislain has officially ascended to the title of Count, he is formally authorized to take command of the Northern Army. Ghislain takes a moment to process this, acknowledging his new status as Count Fenris. His thoughts then turn to his comrade, Gillian. He asks Belinda how he is faring, and she offers a reassuring smile. She tells him not to worry, as Gillian is currently overflowing with energy. It seems the intensive treatment provided by Priestess Pyote was remarkably effective. Relieved by the news, Ghislain's tone shifts to one of leadership. He orders Belinda to summon his vassals immediately, declaring that it is time to prepare for their next major step. The scene then shifts away from the serious atmosphere of the manor to the Fenris Magic Tower branch, where Alfoy is in the middle of a heated outburst. He is shouting at someone, incredulous that they would have the audacity to ask him for a donation. His target is none other than Priestess Pyote. Alfoy, radiating arrogance, demands to know how she could possibly think of shaking down the leader of the Fenris Magic Tower for money. Pyote, caught off guard by his aggression, stammers out a defense, insisting that she isn't trying to steal anything. She explains, with a trembling voice, that there are people in the territory who are suffering and in desperate need of a little help. Alfoy is completely unmoved. He laughs at her plea, claiming that if anyone is needy in this territory, it's him. He rants about his own perceived misfortunes, complaining that despite being the prestigious heir to the Magic Tower of Flames, He is stuck living like an unpaid slave in this backwater end of the world. He mockingly asks her exactly how much of a deficit her charity is facing that she felt the need to come crawling to him. Pyote holds up a small, modest bag of gold coins, admitting that she only needs a few dozen more to meet their goals. At the sight of the gold, Alfoy's demeanor changes instantly. He begins to tremble, his eyes locking onto the coins with unmistakable greed. Sensing his hostility, Pyote begins to back away, apologizing for her ignorance of his difficult situation and telling him she will look for help elsewhere. But Alfoy, not wanting the gold to walk out the door, quickly stops her. He changes his tune, claiming he never explicitly said he wouldn't give her the money. Pyote is surprised by the sudden shift, but Alfoy leans in and whispers into her ear with a sly grin. He tells her that in his high-ranking position, simply handing money over to a priestess might look like a bribe. To avoid any scandal, he proposes a way for her to win the money fairly. They relocate to Alfoy's private office, where he begins to casually spin a gold coin on his desk. He explains the rules of a simple game, odd or even. It's clear to anyone watching that Alfoy's only intention is to swindle the priestess out of the gold she has already collected. Pyote is hesitant, pointing out that gambling is strictly forbidden by her order. She argues that because the root of all gambling is greed, participating would be a grave sin for a priestess. Alfoy dismisses her concerns with a huff, telling her she still has much to learn about the world. He insists this isn't gambling at all, but merely a creative justification for him to give her the funds. To prove how easy it is, he offers to go first. He flips the coin and calls out odd. Another mage standing nearby watches the coin land and announces that it is heads, meaning it's even. Alfoy fakes a look of frustration, cursing his luck and handing Pyote a coin, claiming he lost. He asks her if she sees how the game works now, but Pyote is still confused. Alfoy doubles down on his manipulation. He tells her that she isn't doing this for personal gain, but for the sake of the needy people she serves. He asks her what kind of fool would call a priestess's efforts to help others greed. This twisted logic finally gets through to her, and Pyote, feeling a sense of duty, agrees that his point makes sense. Excitedly, Alfoy declares that they are finally on the same page. The game begins in earnest. Alfoy flicks the coin high into the air, catching it on the back of his left hand and covering it quickly with his right. Pyote calls out even. Alfoy lifts his hand, and one of the other mages shakes his head, noting that it's a shame, but the result was odd. Alfoy smirks, noting that he won that round. They go again, and this time Pyote calls odd, but she loses once more. They continue the cycle, round after round, toss after toss, and slowly but surely, Pyote's once full bag of coins begins to dwindle until it is almost entirely empty. Pyote is now on the verge of a breakdown, crying out in desperation because she hasn't managed to win a single time. Alfoy, meanwhile, is having the time of his life, gloating internally about how much money he's raking in and laughing at how he's found such a perfect sucker to exploit. One of the other mages, unable to watch the slaughter any longer, leans over and tells Pyote she should stop. He reveals the truth. Alfoy is a scoundrel who is using magic to cheat, and there is no mathematical possibility of her winning. The revelation hits Pyote like a thunderbolt. She snaps, lunging at Alfoy and accusing him of being a dirty cheater. She screams at him to return her money immediately, but Alfoy remains smug. He asks her why he should give it back, claiming the money is rightfully his now. He then taunts her, asking if she's going to keep playing or if she's just going to give up on the needy people she claimed to care about. Pyote is reduced to tears, realizing she has only one solitary gold coin left in her possession. Driven by a mix of despair and a refusal to fail her mission, she demands one more round. Alfoy spins the coin again, his eyes glowing with a malicious, magical glint. Pyote closes her eyes and begins to pray with everything she has. Alfoy sneers at her, thinking that prayer is useless in the face of his coin-swapping magic. He boasts to himself that with this spell, not even a deity could defeat him. In this office, he is the god of odd or even. As Pyote prays, she begs for forgiveness from Goddess Wana, lamenting that her own ignorance has led her into this swamp of sin. A single tear rolls down her cheek as she pleads for the all-powerful and beautiful Wana to help her win this last toss. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room shifts. A colossal pillar of divine light descends from the heavens, crashing through the roof of Alfoy's estate. Outside, the knights on guard duty watch in stunned silence as the sky splits open. The light focuses entirely on Pyote. She begins to glow with an ethereal radiance, and a shimmering halo manifests above her head. Alfoy and his mage companions are frozen in terror, their mouths agape. The mages recognize the phenomenon immediately from ancient legends. This is a divine revelation, the moment a saint chosen by the goddess receives a direct channeling of power. Pyote begins to drift off the ground, floating in the center of the divine light. Alfoy breaks out in a cold, terrified sweat, wondering how on earth the goddess herself could be bothered to interfere in a petty game of odd or even. With a voice full of divine authority and absolute confidence, Pyote looks down at him and calls even. She then demands that he open his hand, marking a miraculous power-up for the young priestess. Cornered and desperate, Alfoy grinds his teeth so hard they might shatter. His mind races as he frantically commands himself to move, screaming internally for his switch magic to activate. But the air around him grows heavy and cold. Shock washes over him as he realizes his mana is stagnant. The magic simply isn't working. He stares in disbelief, realizing his power is being completely nullified by a crushing weight of holy power. Sweat pours down his face in thick droplets, and his breath hitches. He realizes the terrifying truth. This isn't just a trick. It's the intervention of a goddess. With his future as an heir already burnt to ashes, Alfoy's desperation turns into a wild, manic resolve. He decides that if he's going down, he's going to enjoy the chaos. He channels every single drop of his remaining magic, letting out a guttural roar, demanding to savor this final clash. Both combatants pour their entire souls into their abilities, colliding in a blinding explosion of power where only one can emerge victorious. In the wake of the light, Gordon bursts into the room, his voice echoing as he demands to know the origin of the massive pillar of light that just pierced the sky. He stops dead, his eyes widening as he takes in the carnage. Both Pyote and Alfoy are sprawled across the floor, motionless. Pyote lies there, breathless and utterly unconscious, having pushed past her limits. Alfoy, however, is a gruesome sight. His body is broken, his nose is running, and he looks like a pathetic heap of a man, yet he is still twitching. Through the pain, he refuses to let the coin drop. With a trembling, bloodied hand, he manages to raise it, showing the final result to the room. He whispers through cracked lips that he has won, boasting that not even a goddess could overcome his magic. In a final, delirious burst of pride, he screams at the ceiling, proclaiming himself Alfoy, the man who defeated a god. The scene shifts to the aftermath as Ghislain hears the report of what transpired. He finds the news difficult to swallow, questioning how it's possible that Alfoy defeated a saint chosen by a goddess. Meanwhile, Alfoy is back to his usual arrogant self, basking in the attention of everyone Ghislain has gathered. He struts before the group, repeating his new title as the God Slayer with obnoxious confidence. Ghislain watches him with a flat expression, admitting the feat is hard to believe, before casually dropping a reality-shattering fact. Priestess Pyote is actually a woman. The silence that follows is deafening as Alfoy's pride evaporates instantly. Before he can even process the embarrassment, Kair lunges forward, locking Alfoy in a brutal Modelio chokehold. He snarls at the bastard for having the nerve to lie through his teeth in front of the boss. Gasping for air, Alfoy flails and screams, insisting that it's all true. He points to the pillar of light they all saw as his witness, desperate to prove his divine victory wasn't a fluke. Watching the chaos, Ghislain reflects on the true nature of their new ally. A saint chosen by a goddess can channel the divine essence of their deity. He remembers from his past life that a saint of the goddess of war once stood among the 7 strongest individuals on the entire continent. Having that kind of power on their side will be the ultimate wild card in the coming era of calamity. He claps his hands sharply, the sound cutting through the noise and demanding absolute silence. He addresses his followers, stating that their primary threat, Desmond, is finally dead. Through their victory, Fenris has transformed into a massive powerhouse, absorbing over 20,000 troops and consolidating the 3 northern regions. A small, genuine smile touches Gislin's face as he tells them that without their hard work, they never would have reached this peak. Gillian, Kair, Lucas, Belinda, Vanessa, and Claude all straighten their backs, their faces glowing with pride as they shout their loyalty to their lord. But Gislin doesn't let them rest for long. He announces that it is time to move on to their next objective. Claude, looking like a man on the verge of a breakdown, explodes in a panicked rant. He points to the literal mountain of paperwork and tasks already piling up around them. He shouts about the lack of manpower, the endless construction projects, the maintenance of the territory, the weapons production, and the logistical nightmare of managing 3 separate regions while processing documents from the capital. He wails that if Gislin gives them more work, he is actually going to die. Gislin remains unmoved, telling Claude that he'll have to solve those problems on his own. He shifts the focus back to the big picture, reminding them that since they've joined the pro-Prince faction and secured the North, they need to evaluate their next move. He asks the group if they realize who they are destined to fight next. The room goes cold. Gillian is the first to break the silence, naming their next target, the Duchy of Delphine. Alfoy clutches his hair in a panic, cursing his luck and wondering what he did to end up in the middle of such a catastrophic war. Kair just stretches his muscles, mocking Alfoy by asking why the God-Slayer is suddenly so afraid of a few humans. Gislin approaches a large map of the kingdom, tracing the borders with his finger. He tells them that, like it or not, the confrontation is inevitable. The stage of this war is expanding. It's no longer just a northern conflict, but a battle for the entire realm. He points to a specific territory in the west, identifying it as their next goal. Lucas and Gillian stare at the spot in shock. It is the territory of Marquis Roderick. Claude immediately protests, calling the plan impossible. He explains that the Roderick Marquisate is a financial titan, home to a massive market fueled by countless merchant guilds and noble houses. Their wealth and private army make them as powerful as a small, independent kingdom. The difference in scale between them and the North is staggering. Gislin clarifies that he isn't suggesting a blind assault, but a strategic preparation. When Kair asks if they are truly still unprepared after all they've done, Gislin admits the truth. He felt the weakness during their last battle. Even if their soldiers are elite, their low numbers limit their tactical flexibility. They need a larger force. Belinda asks how he plans to fix that, and Gislin reveals his move. He intends to bring every mercenary in the kingdom under his banner by founding the Fenris Mercenary Company. While the others are surprised, Lucas sees the genius in the plan. It's a way to bolster their ranks without the slow process of training regular knights. Gillian adds that the West is the heart of mercenary activity, and the legendary Drake Company, the strongest mercenary group in the land, is currently under Marquis Roderick's thumb. By taking the Drake Company, they strip the Marquis of his primary weapon. Claude finally understands the strategy. If the enemy is an immovable mountain, they will chip away at its foundation until it's small enough to crush. Gislin assigns the tasks, ordering Claude and Kair to recruit or break every mercenary company in the north. He announces that he will handle the West himself. Kair grins, noting that making people bow is his specialty. However, Gillian offers a final warning. He tells Gislin that even if they target the Drake Company, they will have to contend with the best sword of the West. Gislin's eyes turn thoughtful as he whispers the name of the obstacle standing in his path, Tenant. The scene shifts deep into the west, within the lush, green mountains of the Roderick Marquisate. Near a quiet cabin, a group of young men are training under the sun. One boy is gasping for air, his muscles aching from the strain. His master stands beside him, calm and steady, telling him to try once more. As the boy prepares to strike a wooden target, the master instructs him to relax the tension in his arms. He guides him through the breathing and the rhythm, explaining that the sword shouldn't just cut, it should flow, linking one motion to the next. Following the master's voice, the boy closes his eyes, focuses his spirit, and delivers a perfect downward strike that slices the target in half with terrifying ease. The students cheer, amazed by the result and begging for the professor to evaluate them next. The master, revealed to be Tenant himself, smiles warmly at his pupils. But the peace is broken by the arrival of a man who mocks Tenant for still playing the role of a humble teacher. It is Prince Martin Roderick. He claims he has come to see his old master after a long absence and demands the children be dismissed so they can talk. Tenant's warm demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold, intimidating aura. He tells the prince to wait, his voice carrying the weight of a mountain as he informs him that class is still in session. Feeling the sheer pressure of Tenant's power, Martin falls silent and obeys. Much later, near a crackling fire outside the cabin, Tenant finally joins him. Martin complains about being made to wait, but Tenant remains unbothered. Martin looks at him, remarking on how peaceful Tenant seems, almost as if he's forgotten he's the best sword of the West. Tenant cuts to the heart of the matter, stating clearly that he has no intention of returning to the Marquis's estate. Martin grows desperate, arguing that there is no one in the West with Tenant's level of skill. Tenant suggests that the Drake Company or Martin's friend Dominic should be enough, adding that a subordinate shouldn't interfere in a family succession battle. Martin explodes in anger, shouting that he doesn't care about the family politics. He needs Tenant's strength to win. Tenant takes a slow, deep breath, and the air around the fire begins to vibrate with his released power. He asks Martin where he thinks he stands in the world of warriors. Martin stammers that Tenant is at the absolute peak. Tenant looks into the flames, revealing that the top is a lonely place. He tells a story of a time when he met someone far stronger than himself, someone so powerful that Tenant's entire body trembled like a frightened child. Martin is stunned, asking if his master actually felt fear. Tenant shakes his head. He explains that on that razor-thin edge between life and death, where blades meet and existence hangs by a thread, he felt an indescribable, intoxicating euphoria. He looks at Martin with a hollow gaze, admitting that there is no one left in the West who can push him to that limit. His only wish is to stand on that edge again, to feel that golden moment of euphoria one last time. The chapter opens within the cold, imposing walls of a luxurious mansion as a torrential downpour hammers against the windows. Inside, the atmosphere is just as turbulent. Martin is in the throes of a towering rage, his footsteps echoing against the marble floors as he curses Master Tenant for clinging to his sense of pride that serves no practical purpose. He mutters to himself about the lessons he learned from the man, yet he cannot fathom Tenant's instability, how a man of such immense talent can simply sit back and waste it, waiting for someone to finally drag him into the line of fire. Martin eventually turns his sharp, piercing gaze toward Dominic, a seasoned mercenary who stands in heavy, disciplined silence. He asks if Dominic can even begin to grasp the frustration of such wasted potential. After a tense moment, Dominic finally breaks his silence, his voice low as he asks what could have been so urgent that Martin felt the need to summon him personally under the cover of such a storm. Martin scoffs at the question, pacing as he explains that his older brother has become completely blinded by a reckless thirst for power. In a move that reeks of desperation, the brother has gone as far as forming a new commercial company, venturing into an industry where he has zero experience, all to challenge Martin on his own territory. Dominic listens intently as Martin asks what he expects of him. The answer is chilling. Martin wants the Combell Commercial Company wiped off the face of the earth. To seal the deal, Martin slams an ornate dagger onto the table, its polished steel gleaming in the dim light. He instructs Dominic to leave it at the bloody scene, effectively framing another noble house for the impending slaughter. Dominic picks up the blade, his eyes widening as he recognizes the crest. This weapon belongs to a completely different aristocratic family. While he is lost in the ethical weight of the task, Martin continues to apply pressure, stating that the deadline is next week, specifically before the competitive auction begins. Dominic is visibly shaken by the timeline, but Martin isn't finished playing his hand. With a predatory, threatening glare, he reminds the mercenary leader that his children are currently being kept under Martin's watchful eye. Shaken to his core and burdened by the impossible choice before him, Dominic steps back out into the relentless rain. His grip tightens around the handle of the dagger until his knuckles turn white, the cold metal a reminder of the blood he is forced to spill as he treks back to his base. At the mercenary headquarters, the air is thick with tension as Dominic reveals the details of the mission to his trusted comrades. The room explodes in a chorus of fury and disbelief. The mercenaries curse Martin's name, calling him a deranged lunatic for ordering the massacre of his own brother's people and using a frame-up to spark a noble war. They vent their collective frustration over how the Roderick brat continues to use Dominic's innocent children as collateral to keep the group on a leash. One mercenary slams his fist onto a wooden table, shouting that he can't take the disrespect anymore and wants to wring Martin's neck right then and there. Another laments the grim reality that they are being treated as nothing more than disposable cannon fodder in a rich man's petty succession war. Dominic remains unervingly silent throughout the outburst, staring into the dark depths of his drink. Finally, he commands the room to fall quiet, reminding them that since no one actually knows where his children are being hidden, their empty anger provides no solutions. A blonde mercenary woman scoffs at the grim atmosphere, remarking that their reputation as the greatest mercenary group in the kingdom is meaningless if they are forced to act like Martin Roderick's obedient lapdogs. She points out the logistical nightmare. The eldest Roderick's son is the one financing the Combell Company, meaning their security is elite. Sending the Drake mercenaries there is a suicide mission. She sighs heavily, noting that at this rate, they are all destined to die in Martin's shadow without ever seeing true freedom. The conversation eventually turns toward the north, with one mercenary expressing a deep regret that they hadn't moved their operations there years ago. He argues that they would be living a much better life under the command of the famous Count Fenris, a man rumored to treat his soldiers with genuine respect rather than as tools. They discuss the growing power of the north, noting that even the Cerberus group and the legendary White Mane Gillian, the former leader of Ratatosk, have joined Fenris's ranks. Mentioning the name Fenris brings a rare, fleeting smile to Dominic's face. He admits that he would love to meet such a man at least once before his time is up, though he darkly suspects their only meeting would be on opposite sides of a battlefield. Suddenly, the tavern door swings open as a mercenary bursts in, breathless and stammering with agitation. He tells the captain that a mysterious visitor has arrived at this late hour. The group is immediately on edge, wondering who would come looking for them in the middle of the night, but the messenger reveals a name that stops everyone's heart. The visitor has introduced himself as the emissary of Count Fenris. Gillian himself then enters the room, his presence commandingly heavy as he introduces himself as the former leader of Ratatosk and the current vice leader of the Fenris mercenaries. Dominic is shell-shocked to see the legendary warrior standing in his base. Gillian wastes no time on pleasantries, looking Dominic directly in the eye and telling him that there is someone important who requires his presence. Gillian leads Dominic deep into the dark woods to a secluded, dilapidated cabin. Inside, the young Ghislain sits calmly by a crackling fire, the scent of a simple meal cooking filling the small space. As the two men enter, Gillian formally announces that he has brought the captain. Ghislain looks up, offering a brief apology for the cryptic and sudden summons before inviting Dominic to take a seat. Dominic is completely stunned by Ghislain's youth, his mind racing as he wonders if this boy could possibly be the legendary figure he's heard so much about. He asks for confirmation if the youth is truly Count Fenris. Though the boy looks young, The sight of the formidable Gillian standing respectfully behind him is proof enough of his status. Dominic sits down and asks what a great lord of the north could possibly want with a group from the west. Ghislain gets straight to the point, declaring his intent to bring the Drake mercenaries under his direct command. Dominic is taken aback, questioning why Fenris, who has already absorbed several elite groups, would be interested in his men. Ghislain explains that he is after the extensive network the Drakes have built. His ultimate goal is to bring every mercenary group in the kingdom under one banner. He offers Dominic a place in Fenris, but the captain's expression quickly darkens as he recalls Martin's threats against his children. He lets out a weary sigh, a bitter smile touching his lips as he tells Ghislain the offer sounds like a beautiful dream, but one he is forced to refuse. As Dominic stands to leave, claiming the West is governed by its own complicated and dangerous circumstances, Ghislain cuts through the excuses. He asks point-blank if those circumstances involve his family being held hostage. Dominic freezes in his tracks, his eyes wide with absolute shock. Ghislain slowly lowers his hood, his gaze burning with a fierce determination, and promises to resolve the hostage situation personally and sever the ties binding the Drakes to the Roderick family. Internally, Ghislain acknowledges the man before him for who he truly is, Dominic Drake, the final mercenary leader who once had the courage to stand his ground against the might of the mercenary king's army. The scene shifts to the heart of the city, where Ghislain stands atop a high tower in the pouring rain alongside Belinda and Lucas. They look down upon Martin's sprawling estate, a monument to greed. Lucas whistles at the luxury of the mansion, while Belinda grumbles about the miserable weather, complaining that every mission lately seems to involve getting soaked to the bone. Ghislain reminds her that as the commander of the Northern Army, he cannot afford to act with total recklessness, though Lucas jokingly points out that their current infiltration is already pushing those boundaries. Ghislain asks Belinda for a specific package, and as he prepares to leap from the tower, he gives his final orders. They are to focus entirely on securing the safety of Dominic's family first. Belinda is confused, asking if they aren't going to infiltrate the mansion as a team, but Ghislain simply tells her that for this meeting, he plans to walk through the front door. Inside the mansion, Martin sits at a desk, turning a small, wooden wolf head over in his fingers, the token Ghislain used as a calling card. Martin admits he had his doubts since the visitor arrived completely alone, but he recognizes the craftsmanship as a symbol of Count Fenris. He asks with a sneer if the Count has really come all this way just to negotiate for a group of mercenaries. Ghislain corrects him with a cold smile, stating he isn't there for a mere group, but to acquire a useful sword. When Martin arrogantly claims that the sword already belongs to him, Ghislain doesn't flinch, reiterating that he is there to buy it out from under him. Martin laughs at what he perceives as the Count's misplaced arrogance, but the laughter dies in his throat when Ghislain tosses a heavy bag of runed stones onto the table. The stones glow with an internal light, and Martin realizes the bag contains enough raw wealth to purchase 2 small castles outright. He asks nervously if Ghislain expects him to sell his influence over the Drakes for just that much. Ghislain remains nonchalant, offering even more and claiming he has piles of such stones rotting away in his treasury. Martin tries to regain his footing, asking if the Count realizes the stakes of the succession war currently being fought. Ghislain mocks him openly, calling Martin a low-level thinker. He points out that Martin's obsession with a single mercenary group is pathetic, and it is exactly why his older brother views him as an easy target to be eliminated. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, Martin loses all self-control, drawing his sword in a blind fury and preparing to strike. The air in the room thickens with a murderous intent so dense it feels physical. Martin bellows, asking if Ghislain has truly gone mad or if he simply possesses a death wish. He is a portrait of unbridled fury, his face contorted with rage, yet Ghislain Fenris merely watches him with a chillingly calm smile. Ghislain doesn't need words to convey the truth. He knows, with absolute certainty, that he is leagues above the man trembling before him. Driven to the edge, Martin lunges, his blade whistling through the air. But Ghislain is a phantom. In one fluid motion, he slams his boot into the heavy table between them. The wood groans and flies upward, completely obscuring Martin's vision. Surprised and blinded, Martin snarls that his sight has been stolen, yet he doesn't hesitate. He swings with desperate power, cleaving the table into two jagged halves while shouting that such ridiculous tricks won't save his opponent. But as the debris falls, the space in front of him is empty. Martin freezes, his heart skipping a beat as he realizes Ghislain has already vanished to his flank. The realization hits him like a physical blow. Ghislain is in the perfect position to end him without a second thought. The violent crash echoes through the halls, bringing the guards charging into the room. They scramble to their positions, frantically asking Prince Martin what is happening. Their voices die in their throats, replaced by a suffocating silence. There, in the center of the room, Ghislain has his cold steel pressed firmly against the prince's jugular. A single twitch of his finger is all it would take to turn the floor red. Cold sweat begins to pour down Martin's face as Ghislain's voice cuts through the tension like a razor. He tells the prince that this is not how nobles conduct themselves. He questions if the heir to Marquis Roderick, the great sovereign of the West, truly finds it appropriate to behave in such a vulgar, common manner. Martin's teeth grind together with a sound like sharpening stones. He calls Ghislain a bastard, his voice trembling as he asks what the count's true intentions are. He demands to know if Ghislain honestly believes he will walk out of this castle alive after daring to touch the neck of a Roderick with his blade. Ghislain's response is a terrifyingly serene smile. He pulls the sword back, granting the prince a moment of breath, only to level the point of the blade directly at Martin's heart. He declares a challenge, one-on-one. He, Ghislain Fenris, Count of Fenris, formally challenges Prince Martin Roderick to a knight's duel. Martin's breath hitches, his lungs burning with sudden exertion, while his guards stand paralyzed, whispering in shock at the audacity of a formal duel being declared in the midst of a slaughter. Martin's face twists into a mask of pure hatred, darkening as he tells Ghislain not to make him laugh. He claims he has no time for such games when he could simply order his knights to butcher the count where he stands. He accuses Ghislain of daring to mock him, but Ghislain's expression remains unreadable. The count offers a final, irresistible bait. He tells the prince he will yield a massive advantage. If Martin manages to inflict even the smallest, most insignificant scratch on his body, the victory belongs to the Roderick family. In that event, Ghislain will surrender everything: the agreement, his claims, and even the priceless rune stones. Martin is staggered by the weight of the bet. But there is a price. Ghislain adds that if he emerges victorious, he will take control of the Drake Mercenary Company and every single one of their hostages. The guards erupt in indignation, calling it the height of insolence and begging the prince for the order to arrest him. Martin, however, lets out a jagged, nervous laugh. He remarks that the rumors were true. Ghislain has been a lunatic since his youth as the master of Perdium. With eyes full of malice, he tells Ghislain that by demanding such a condition, the count has effectively dug his own grave. The scene shifts to the courtyard, where a torrential downpour washes over the cold stone. They stand face to face, surrounded by the prince's loyal soldiers. The captain steps forward as the grim arbiter of the match. He calls upon Prince Martin Roderick and Count Ghislain Fenris to swear upon their honor as knights that this duel will be fair, and that no resentment shall be held once the result is decided. Ghislain's "I swear" is short and sharp, like the snap of a whip. But Martin's honor is a hollow shell. Behind the captain's back, he whispers a dark command to his men. If anything happens to him, regardless of the duel's outcome, they are to execute Ghislain immediately. Ghislain's keen ears catch the betrayal. He sighs, telling the prince that this is exactly why he remains a low-tier warrior, because he falls for such a pathetic, basic provocation. Infuriated, Martin screams for him to shut his mouth and charges. The duel explodes into a blur of silver and rain. Martin swings a heavy lateral blow that Ghislain parries effortlessly. The prince pivots into a crushing overhead strike, but Ghislain brings his sword behind his back, deflecting the heavy blade with a move that looks like a dance. Ghislain counters with a side slash, forcing Martin to leap into the air. The prince spins in mid-flight, using the momentum to bring his sword down with everything he has. But Ghislain meets the attack with a rising upward parry that rattles Martin's bones. As soon as his boots hit the mud, Martin lunges in a desperate frontal thrust aimed at Ghislain's skull. Steel clashes against steel as Ghislain holds his ground. Martin unleashes a desperate, rapid-fire sequence of strikes, and for a moment, it looks like Ghislain is being pushed back toward the great castle gates. Martin sees an opening as Ghislain dodges a thrust, leaving the prince's sword to bury itself deep into the wood of the gate. Ghislain swings low for the legs, but Martin uses the stuck hilt as a springboard, vaulting over the blade. Seeing Ghislain's back completely exposed, Martin shouts that it's over, bringing his sword down toward the count's unprotected neck. In that heartbeat, Ghislain's world slows down. He manifests his aura, a shimmering veil of energy that coats his body exactly like the mysterious warrior he saw in his dreams. It acts as a perfect radar, sensing the vibration of the air itself. The moment Martin's blade enters the aura's reach, Ghislain's hand moves with inhuman precision, blocking the strike from his blind spot without even turning his head. Martin's world shatters. He gasps, unable to believe his eyes, stuttering out how a blind spot strike could possibly be blocked. Ghislain merely glances back, admitting the prince is slightly more capable than he initially assumed. With a brutal flick of his wrist, Ghislain throws Martin off balance. He follows through with a crushing kick to the ribs that echoes with the sound of snapping bone. Martin is sent flying through the air, crashing back into the castle interior and coughing up a spray of crimson. He staggers to his feet, clutching his shattered side and staring at Ghislain with murderous eyes. Ghislain only smiles, gesturing with a hand for the prince to try again. Martin snarls, telling Ghislain to enjoy his confidence while it lasts. He reveals his trump card. He was trained by Tenet, the undisputed greatest swordsman of the West. With a sudden burst of incredible speed, Martin disappears and reappears in front of Ghislain, aiming a killing blow at his head. Ghislain's eyes track the movement perfectly, his blade rising just in time to deflect the unstoppable strike. Martin is paralyzed by shock. That was the secret technique his master had personally bestowed upon him. They trade a dozen blows in a heartbeat, sparks flying in the dim light. Finally, Martin grips his hilt with both hands and lunges forward at point-blank range, screaming that this is the end. But the end is not what he expects. Ghislain doesn't use his sword. He catches the edge of Martin's blade with his bare, aura-infused hand. He looks Martin in the eye and asks if he truly considers himself a disciple of the West's greatest. Then, he buries a front kick into Martin's solar plexus, launching him back across the hall. Ghislain gives him no time to recover. He stalks forward like a predator. Martin, panicking, tries one last frontal desperate swing, but Ghislain parries it into the floor. He tells the prince that being a disciple doesn't make the sword your own. In a blur of motion, Ghislain executes a perfect, rotating counter, the very same technique Martin had used, and slices deep into the prince's throat. Martin's eyes bulge as he realizes the count didn't just counter his master's style, he perfected it on the fly. Ghislain's final move is a brutal thrust into Martin's stomach. As the life fades from his eyes, Martin's final thoughts are of Master Tenet. He realizes Ghislain is a monster who can master a technique just by seeing it once. With his final breath, he wheezes that while Ghislain might be strong enough to make Tenet take him seriously, he will still lose in the end. Then, the Prince of the West collapses, a corpse in the mud. The silence is broken by the guards' screams for vengeance. They charge, swearing to kill the bastard for the prince. Ghislain sighs, noting that this was expected, but he doesn't lift his sword. Instead, 3 shadows rain down from the ceiling. Gillian, Belinda, and Lucas land in front of him, blocking the path of the knights. They look at the approaching army with pure boredom, telling the guards that they are far too weak to even stand in their presence. The scene shifts away to the cold, imposing Eclipse Castle within the Delphine Duchy. Raoul sits in his office, the master of his own dark web, until a soldier announces the arrival of a guest. Raoul looks up, a sharp glint in his eyes, and welcomes the newcomer, Delmuth, the seventh circle mage and master of the Crimson Magic Tower. The atmosphere is suffocating as Delmuth stands before Raoul, the weight of the summons hanging heavy in the air. Delmuth asks if this urgent call means there is truly no more time to waste, and Raoul's response is bone-chilling. With a voice like gravel, he warns that His Grace, the Duke, is currently consumed by a towering, absolute fury. Delmuth is visibly taken aback, his composure momentarily slipping at the mention of the Duke's wrath. Raoul's expression shifts into something far darker as he leans in, asking Delmuth if he remembers that night. The horrific, blood-soaked night, when His Grace systematically erased every single one of his own relatives from the face of this world. The memory surges back with visceral, cinematic clarity. Duke Delphine stands in the center of a literal massacre, slaughtering his own kin with his bare hands. Raoul explains that it was only through this unspeakable act that the Duke managed to shatter one of the heavy, ancient chains binding his true power, finally tasting a small, terrifying sliver of freedom. The image is haunting. The Duke, drenched from head to toe in the blood of his family, laughs maniacally at the carnage surrounding him. Raoul mutters that it is impossible to ever forget the smile the Duke wore that day. After a few seconds of stunned, heavy silence, Delmuth finds his voice and admits that the memory is etched into his mind. Raoul reaches for a rolled parchment sitting on his desk and commands Delmuth to take it. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Delmuth uses his magic to levitate the scroll, pulling it through the air until it rests in his hand. He asks what secret this document holds, and Raoul explains that it contains detailed dossiers on the key figures currently operating in Fenris. A vein pulses violently in Raoul's cheek, his rage simmering just below the surface as he explains that they were promised someone useful would be sent soon, but they can no longer afford to sit and wait. He declares that every obstacle standing in the way of the Duke's new world must be ruthlessly eliminated. Delmuth unrolls the parchment, revealing the faces of their primary targets. There is Gillian, the White Lion and former leader of the Ratatas Company. Beside him is Kair, the mad dog of the Cerberus Company. Then comes Lucas, the piercing spear, and a mysterious assassin of unknown identity, a clear reference to the deadly Belinda. The list continues with Juana Pyote, the saintess of the goddess of beauty and prosperity, and Vanessa, a sixth circle mage. Delmuth's gaze lingers on Vanessa's portrait with a look of deep suspicion. He finds it hard to believe she is already a sixth circle mage, noting that the magic tower in Fenris was established only recently. He questions how such a high-level sorceress could possibly emerge in such a short window of time. Raoul counters that the information is solid, based on the fact that she fought Willow, a sixth circle master, to a standstill during the war against Desmond. Even if the reports are slightly exaggerated, Raoul insists that they cannot afford to be anything less than extremely cautious. Then, Raoul's eyes ignite with a hateful, crimson glow. He mentions the one man who truly unsettles him above all others, Alfoy, the man rumored to have defeated a god. Delmuth is visibly shaken, his voice trembling as he repeats the claim, unable to fathom a mortal overcoming a divine being. Raoul elaborates, stating that Alfoy might possess magic powerful enough to eclipse even the divine strength of a saintess. Furthermore, as the successor to the magic tower of the Crimson Flame, Alfoy is clearly the hidden powerhouse of Fenris. Delmuth lets out a small, chilling smile of realization. He acknowledges that this is a situation he cannot simply ignore. He tells Raoul to rest easy, declaring his intent to destroy the magic tower of the Crimson Flame, which serves as the very foundation of their enemy's power. As he turns to leave, he promises to bring good news shortly. Raoul watches him depart into the shadows, issuing one final, grim warning. Neither of them are more than mere ants compared to the Duke, so he must never, under any circumstances, lower his guard. The scene shifts abruptly to the mercenary camp, where the air is thick with raw emotion and disbelief. Dominic is seen in a desperate, tearful embrace with his two children, the very ones who had been held as leverage by the prince. His fellow mercenaries watch the scene with wide eyes, slowly realizing that the incredible proposal they had received was actually the truth. Standing tall and imposing before them are Ghislain, Belinda, Gillian, and Lucas. Dominic looks up at Ghislain, his voice shaking with a mix of relief and confusion as he asks how they managed this and what became of Prince Martin. Ghislain's reply is cold and direct. The prince is dead, killed in a fair duel between knights. The camp erupts into instant chaos. The mercenaries scream in terror, realizing the son of Marquis Roderick has been slain. They shout that Ghislain has gone completely mad and has brought an absolute catastrophe upon them all. Panicked voices fill the air, insisting they must pack and flee immediately before Roderick's army arrives to hunt them down like animals. Gillian and Belinda watch the hysteria with surprise, having not fully anticipated just how deeply the fear of the Marquis was rooted in these men. Ghislain stands silent for a heartbeat before throwing back his hood, his voice booming with a power that cuts through the tumult. He commands everyone in the Drake Company to listen, finally revealing his true identity as Count Ghislain, the commander of the Northern Army. He tells them he has personally broken the chains of their servitude and that they no longer have to live as nameless puppets, fighting for reasons they don't understand. The mercenaries freeze in their tracks, paralyzed by the revelation. One of them realizes with a shock that the man who had come looking for Dominic earlier was the sub-commander himself. Still, the fear of the future remains. They argue that even if they are free, they have no way to survive in the West with Roderick's army seeking their extermination. Ghislain steps forward with absolute authority, promising to take full responsibility for their lives and to protect them. The mercenaries can only whisper in shock, wondering why a high-ranking noble would ever bother to claim responsibility for men like them. Dominic steps forward, looking at Ghislain with a newfound, burning respect, and asks what they must do now. Ghislain looks him dead in the eye and simply tells them to follow him. Drawing his sword and thrusting it toward the heavens, Ghislain declares that he does not hide and he does not flee. He vows to always be on the front lines as their guide and asks them to stand firmly by his side. Dominic's eyes widen with inspiration. Without hesitation, he drops to one knee, swearing that he and the entire Drake Company will remain on the front lines alongside Count Ghislain until the very end. Ghislain rests his blade on Dominic's shoulder, a silent sense of triumph playing out in his mind as he realizes he has just secured one of the West's most formidable fighting forces. He tells them it's time to move. Inside a command tent, he spreads a map before Lucas, Gillian, and Belinda. He orders Lucas to lead the company toward Fenris and establish a base, assuming Claude and Kair have already completed their tasks there. He then instructs Dominic and Gillian to begin absorbing the remaining mercenary groups in the West, telling Dominic that since he knows the territory best, he should use force against any who refuse to fall in line. Dominic notes that the plan is incredibly intense. Lucas is confused, asking if Ghislain isn't coming with them. Ghislain explains that he has a vital mission that only he can complete at this moment. He turns to Belinda and tells her she is coming with him to the south. She is taken aback, asking why they would head into the territory of House Delphine. She points out that with Prince Martin dead, the Roderick family will be looking for blood, so going south now seems like a reckless move. Ghislain acknowledges the danger, but notes that they won't act immediately. Because the prince died in a formal duel, the law is technically on his side. He promises to be back within a week. The scene transitions to the duo arriving at the towering gates of a castle in the Mowbray territory, located in southern Latania. As they pass through the entrance, the heavy iron gates slam shut behind them with an ominous, echoing thud. The path ahead is desolate, swallowed by a strange, mystical darkness that seems to dampen all sound. Belinda whispers that the place is unnervingly silent. Ghislain explains that rumors of a terrible tragedy involving the Lord here have made everyone in the region move with extreme caution. Belinda nudges him with her elbow, teasing him for being so secretive again and telling him to stop with the mysteries since they are finally alone. Ghislain finally reveals his true objective. He needs a new, specific power. He explains the looming threat of Eloise, a seventh circle master from the School of Illusions and a primary asset of House Delphine. Eloise uses magic to manipulate the mind, creating illusions that can blanket an entire battlefield. Ghislain warns that if his own soldiers start killing each other because they perceive friends as enemies, the war is over before it begins. The power to counter such a nightmare is hidden somewhere within this very castle. They are soon halted by two guards at an inner gate. One soldier barks at them to stay back, telling them to leave if they have no official business with Lord Mowbray. Belinda identifies Ghislain as Baron Dudley of the East, stating they have come to solve the Count's problem. The guard is shocked by the mention of a problem, but Ghislain pushes further, specifically naming the case of Edwin Mowbray. He tells the guard to inform his master that an exorcist has arrived. High above in a lonely, shadowed tower, Count Mowbray climbs a winding stone staircase. He reaches a heavily guarded room and asks the soldier for an update on Edwin's condition. The soldier shakes his head grimly, reporting that there has been no sign of improvement whatsoever. The Count sighs and enters the room. Inside, he is met by a terrifying and tragic sight. A man, Edwin, stands before him, looking more like a restless, cursed spirit than a human being. He is chained by the neck like a wild beast, and his eyes are completely void of white, replaced by a deep, unnatural black and piercing yellow irises. He looks utterly consumed by a dark curse. Is this the ally Ghislain is searching for? And if he is, what kind of world-shaking power does this ghost truly possess? Count Mowbray steps into the cold dampness of the cell to face his own son. Edwin lunges at him, getting right in his face as he snarls that his father is nothing but a cold-hearted bastard. A suffocating dark aura begins to swirl around the young man. With a twisted grin, he asks the Count if he finds it lamentable to see his own flesh and blood living like a caged animal. The guard on duty panics, pleading for the Count to keep his distance, but Mowbray holds him back with a firm hand. He looks at his son with nothing but disdain, calling him pathetic and wondering how weak his mind must have been to be devoured by such a foul, evil spirit. Enveloped in that same dark haze, Edwin screams back that this is all his father's fault. He shouts that he was never once treated like a human being in this house. Everything, every single misfortune is the Count's doing. Despite his noble blood, Edwin is held firmly in place, chained and leashed like a common dog. The Count remains unmoved, coldly stating that he will simply find a new body for his son and then release him as he pleases. He demands to know why the entity won't just leave the boy's corpse. But Edwin breaks into a fit of maniacal, crazed laughter. The spirit possessing him mocks the Count, explaining that it cannot leave because the owner of this body actually desires its presence. Count Mowbray is visibly shaken, whispering Edwin's name in disbelief. He is internally furious, recalling how neither divine power nor high-level magic could so much as touch a hair on that evil spirit. He had even gone as far as secretly bringing in a captured black mage from foreign lands. Yet nothing worked. He grits his teeth, wondering if there truly is no way to purge this filth. Looking up, the silhouette of a monstrous spirit can be seen looming over Edwin, pulling his strings like a puppet. Leaving the cell behind, the Count is met by one of his soldiers, who informs him that a noble from the east has arrived, seeking an audience. Distraught, Mowbray brushes past them, ordering the guard to send the visitor away as he has no interest in seeing anyone. However, the soldier hesitates, stammering that the man claims to be an exorcist. The Count freezes, a tremor running through him before he spins around, his eyes wide as he repeats the word. The scene shifts to a meeting between the Count and Ghislain, who is accompanied by Belinda. Ghislain introduces himself as Baron Dudley of the East, mentioning he heard rumors that the young Lord Edwin is suffering from a mental affliction. He calmly asks for permission to treat him. The Count is skeptical, questioning why someone calling himself an exorcist would speak of treating a mental illness. Ghislain simply smiles, noting that when someone loses their mind, people usually say they've been possessed by an evil spirit. The Count realizes then that this man didn't come by chance. He knows the truth despite all the secrecy. He demands to know where Ghislain heard such things, but Ghislain dismisses the question, stating that the source doesn't matter as much as the fact that he can expel the spirit. When asked if he uses divine power or magic, Ghislain admits he uses neither. Instead, he claims to know the symptoms perfectly, the eyes turning pitch black and the release of a heavy dark aura. Mowbray is stunned that this stranger knows every detail. He stands up abruptly, asking if Ghislain truly knows the nature of the thing inside his son. Ghislain explains that it is an entity with which he shares an ancient enmity, and he is attracted here for that reason alone. He refuses to say more, asking again for permission to begin the treatment. Desperate, the Count asks what he wants in return. Ghislain promises that if he succeeds, he will name his price, assuring the Count it won't be anything too burdensome. The Count asks how long it will take, and Ghislain warns him it will take a few days, as the ritual is both exhausting and extremely dangerous. When asked what supplies he needs, Ghislain gestures to the tools he brought himself, claiming they are more than enough. The Count relents, but issues a final warning. If he fails, Ghislain won't be leaving the estate in one piece. Undeterred, Ghislain accepts the terms, requesting that no one enters the tower. Only he and his servant, Belinda, will go inside to face the spirit. He emphasizes that if anyone interrupts, Edwin's life will be in grave danger. Ghislain and Belinda eventually reach the cell where Edwin is waiting, still chained like an animal. The possessed boy demands to know who they are, and Ghislain simply replies that he is the one who will cure him. Edwin bursts into mocking laughter, asking if Ghislain is a priest. He sneers that it's useless, boasting that he is a grand existence that divine power cannot touch. With the spirit looming over him, he declares that any ritual they perform will be in vain. Suddenly, Ghislain moves. He drives a massive punch straight into Edwin's face, sending him flying into the stone wall. Edwin gasps in genuine pain. Shocked that a mere human attack could actually hurt a spirit, Belinda watches, unimpressed, wondering if the host is more resilient than she expected. Ghislain notes that the spirit seems to be shielding the boy's body with dark energy, which allows them to get a bit rough. Belinda agrees, realizing the boy won't die from a little beating. Ghislain calls for the tools, and Belinda opens the briefcase. Edwin, terrified and enraged, calls Ghislain a bastard and threatens him, reminding him that he is messing with the body of a Count's son. He screams that Ghislain won't leave this place alive. Ghislain doesn't blink, telling the spirit to stop acting like he owns a body that isn't his. He pulls out a small spear and calls it his cross. Then the exorcism truly begins. Ghislain pummels Edwin relentlessly, striking him left and right over and over again for at least 10 minutes of nothing but punches to the face. Edwin cries out in agony, sobbing and asking when the pain will finally end, screaming that this can't possibly be a real exorcism. Ghislain ignores the pleas, grabbing him by the leash and continuing the assault. Finally, the spirit can't take it anymore and shrieks for him to stop. As the entity howls in pain, Belinda looks on in surprise. The spirit gasps that the owner of the body is waking up. Suddenly, Edwin's voice changes, becoming small and desperate as he begs his father to save him. Ghislain notes with a smirk that the boy is finally awake. While Belinda quips that physical treatment is always the best remedy for the weak, Ghislain tells Belinda to keep an eye on the boy for a moment as the dark spirit cowers in the corner. The spirit curses them, frustrated that it finally found a body that didn't resist its control, only for Ghislain to ruin everything. Ghislain taunts it, suggesting it should just try to re-enter the heir's body. The spirit screams that once it leaves a host, it can never return to the same one. It is horrified that someone who is neither a mage nor a priest managed to kick it out. It realizes that if it doesn't find a new host soon, it will vanish entirely. The spirit's eyes then fall on Ghislain. It realizes that Gislin's body is far superior to Edwin's. It is the ideal vessel. Belinda realizes the spirit is planning to jump into her master, but the entity is already moving. It declares it will take Gislin's form and use it better than he ever could to force Gislin into submission. The spirit begins to shapeshift, borrowing the form of the strongest warrior in its memories. The spirit begins to take shape, prompting Gislin to call out in shock at its appearance, recognizing the form of the kingdom's greatest swordsman, Cain Balzac. Embodying Balzac's form and wielding his blade, the spirit declares that it will use all the power it has absorbed up to this point to completely subjugate him. Shrouded in a dark aura, the entity wields not one, but two swords as it drops into a combat stance. Demanding that Gislin surrender his body, the spirit lunges forward, thrusting one sword straight ahead while charging up a vertical strike with the other. Gislin draws his own blade, readying himself for the impending clash. The spirit unleashes a side sweep using the vertically raised sword, but Gislin parries with his own weapon, deflecting the force of the blow using his body weight. Instantly, the spirit lunges with its other sword in a direct thrust, but Gislin sidesteps the attack to evade it. He counters with a swift lateral strike of his own, but the spirit blocks his blade with an X-shaped crossguard. A flurry of rapid attacks and counterattacks follows. Gislin delivers a devastating overhead strike, which the spirit successfully blocks before bursting into a maniacal laugh, praising him for holding his ground against attacks that mimic the kingdom's ultimate swordsman. Gislin notes to himself how a mere illusion materialized purely from mana can produce such high-level power, marveling at the truly monstrous amount of energy. With a smirk, he muses on what would happen if a trained master wielded this power, before shouting that this only makes him want the spirit even more. The spirit tries to use its raw force to push Gislin back, but Gislin immediately counters with another downward slash. The spirit blocks with one sword and retaliates with the other, but Gislin swiftly pulls back his blade to parry. The spirit then targets Gislin's neck with its alternate sword, but Gislin spins on his heels, bringing his sword behind his head to block the lethal blow. Leaving the spirit's flank exposed, Gislin drives his free elbow hard into its ribs, a strike that clearly registers. The spirit stumbles back slightly, and Gislin presses the advantage with a diagonal slash. However, the spirit redirects the attack behind its back using one of its swords. With the remaining blade, the spirit attempts to cleave Gislin in two with a powerful strike, but Gislin leaps into the air to evade it. Using the spirit's shoulder as a stepping stone, he pulls off a front flip, landing cleanly on his feet to build some distance. After another intense exchange of blows and counters, Gislin catches his breath, leaving Belinda watching the fierce battle in utter amazement. The spirit, now completely furious, unleashes its power and calls him a bastard. With a subtle smile playing on his lips, Gislin asks if that is already everything it has to show. Furious, its eyes glowing brighter than ever, the spirit declares that at this rate, the fight will never end. Suddenly, it hurls its sword directly at Gislin. Gislin dodges it, caught off guard by the unexpected move, but his surprise deepens when he notices a thread of mana attached to the weapon. The spirit uses this mana thread to manipulate the sword, launching itself at full speed toward Gislin for a lateral strike. Gislin, ever ready, parries the blow with his sword. Instantly, the spirit wraps the mana thread tightly around Gislin's waist. Gislin notices it just as the spirit uses the thread like a rope, pulling hard to completely throw him off balance. With Gislin off balance, the spirit yanks the thread, pulling Gislin toward him while driving its other sword straight at his chest. Gislin barely manages to twist aside, using his blade to block the lethal strike. Struggling under the pressure, Gislin realizes that the bastard can freely manipulate mana threads. Maintaining mana in such a fine, precise form requires absurd control, something that normally just wastes energy in a life or death battle. As he continues to deflect these deadly blows, Gislin remembers that unless it was absolutely necessary, He never used this technique himself, but a monster with amplified mana does not even have to worry about such limitations. Ghislain admits aloud that things have gotten a bit complicated. He aims to slice the mana thread wrapped around his waist, but the spirit anticipates the move and ducks, causing Ghislain to miss. Immediately after, the spirit uses its immense strength to slam Ghislain downward, striking simultaneously, though Ghislain manages to block with his sword. As Ghislain falls to the ground, entirely unbalanced, the spirit aims its sword at the back of his head, confident in its victory, and claims that this body belongs to him. However, Ghislain calls out to Belinda for help. She intervenes instantly, locking the spirit's arm with her weapon before delivering a fierce flying kick to its head, knocking the sword right out of its hand. The spirit roars in pure fury, realizing it was so close to defeating Ghislain. Ghislain prepares for a definitive strike, stating that he does not want to use such a massive power against it, so it needs to stay quiet now. Ghislain's eyes begin to glow as he gets completely serious. His sword radiates intense mana as he delivers a blow that cleaves not just the spirit's head, but its entire body in half. The spirit collapses to the ground, dark aura leaking from the deep wound inflicted by Ghislain, and mutters in disbelief that its form is crumbling, unable to even see the movement of the sword. Reverting to its original shape, it asks if he was not even fighting seriously until now. Ghislain responds that since it failed to take his body by force, he wonders what it intends to do now. The spirit chuckles weakly, admitting that the mana absorbed from those weaklings simply was not enough, and since it missed a rare opportunity to obtain a powerful vessel, it has no choice but to vanish. Ghislain then offers a proposition, inviting the spirit to enter his body and live within it instead. The spirit is completely shocked by his words, as is Belinda, who questions if he was not just fighting desperately a moment ago to avoid losing his body. Ghislain clarifies that losing his body and allowing someone to live inside it are two completely different things. He tells the spirit that he will create a space for it to reside inside him, and will even provide mana if necessary. The spirit laughs like a true evil entity, asking if he will really accept its presence without rejecting it, and inquires what he stands to gain from this deal. Ghislain extends his hand, stating that he wants its power, specifically the mana-amplifying ability it possesses. Both Belinda and the spirit are taken aback by his words. The spirit then breaks into a maniacal shout, calling it foolish and questioning if he truly believes he can control it after absorbing it. The entity begins to expand in size, declaring very well, and vows to transfer itself into his body. Immediately after, it flows directly into the hand Ghislain offered. Ghislain feels the full brunt of its power flooding into him as his eyes begin to darken. Witnessing this, Belinda grows deeply concerned and tries to step in to help, but Ghislain reassures her that everything is fine. She freezes in shock when she looks into his eyes. Ghislain asks if she trusts him, revealing that the sclera of his eye is turned pitch black while his iris glows a brilliant azure. The spirit grows massive, its gaping mouth engulfing Ghislain completely as it warns him that once he accepts it, there is no turning back, a greedy choice by someone blinded by power, warning him not to regret it. The spirit closes its jaws, permanently entering Ghislain's body, and Ghislain collapses unconscious into Belinda's arms as she screams his name. Inside Ghislain's body, the spirit is ecstatic, marveling at the abundant energy and noting that this is the first time it has entered the vessel of someone so powerful, completely different from those weaklings. As a reward for surrendering his body, the spirit promises to grant him immense power, vowing to evolve this body to an even higher level. It notes that the emotions Ghislain felt in his memories are the precise source of its power, demanding that he show the memories he carries. The scenery abruptly shifts from a blank white space to a dark, pitch-black abyss littered with countless dead bodies, a horrific scene the spirit never expected. Stunned, the spirit mutters about the bloody landscape before spotting a figure in the distance, asking who they are. The figure turns out to be Ghislain himself, covered in blood, turning to face the spirit. Inside Gislin's subconscious, the evil spirit encounters an older version of Gislin standing amidst rubble and corpses. Completely shocked to find someone else inside this inner world, the spirit demands to know who he is and why there is another person inside someone's subconscious. But looking closer, the entity realizes it is actually Gislin himself. The spirit gasps that no, that cannot be. Though this face looks a bit older, it clearly belongs to the owner of this body. But then, how can this be his current age? Gislin looks at the entity and tells him that if he wants to pry into his memories, he should go right ahead and take a look deep into his heart, if he can handle it. Instantly, an absolute darkness begins to envelop the evil spirit, plunging him into a pitch-black void where he cannot see a single thing. The spirit starts to thrash around, falling into a total panic as the complete blackout suffocates him. Then, Gislin's dark memories from his past life begin to flash before his eyes. The spirit witnesses Gislin's dead sister who was killed, Gislin himself running away, and the brutal death of his father, whose body had several swords and arrows pierced through it. Finally, he sees the utter destruction of his hometown, Perdium. We see a furious, tearful Gislin swearing that on that very day, he made up his mind to get his revenge no matter what. The scene shifts to Gislin standing atop a massive mountain of corpses he slaughtered. Then, he is severely slashed by a sword, mirroring Zorro's iconic defeat against Dracul Mihawk. Aiden stands over him, mocking him by revealing that they joined hands with the Ducal Delphine family because he was the one who brought ruin to Gislin's family. Seething with rage, Gislin screams the name of Duke Delphine. Aiden then cuts off Gislin's head, who vows with his dying breath that if he is ever born again, he will never forgive them. After witnessing this horrific past, the evil spirit is completely shaken, wondering how such violent emotions could possibly exist within a single human being. Realizing this soul is completely impossible to devour, Gislin appears from behind and asks him what he thinks about spying on someone else's memories. Startled, the evil spirit backs away in sheer disbelief, screaming that it must be a lie. It is all a lie, because how could anyone die, come back to life, and return to the past? Gislin coldly responds that whether it makes sense or not does not matter. The only thing that matters is that he is alive. Wide-eyed, the evil spirit looks deep into Gislin's eyes, wondering how an ordinary human could possibly carry such a devastating burden on his shoulders. He screams in terror, begging to be let out of there immediately. In an instant, the dark entity is transported to a completely different environment, one far brighter than before. Confused, the evil spirit stammers, asking what this place is. Gislin tells him it is something he must protect at all costs, something he will never lose again, as he visualizes everyone he holds dear: his father, his sister, Claude, Vanessa Gillian, Alfoy, Belinda, and Kair. After a few seconds of heavy silence, the evil spirit finally understands, whispering that this is the reason he can shoulder the weight of an entire world. It is his sense of responsibility. The scene flashes back to the real world, where Gislin lies unconscious on the ground, enveloped by the ominous dark aura of the evil spirit, while Belinda cradles his head. Moments later, Gislin snaps his eyes open. To Belinda's utter amazement, he floats up into the air, still shrouded in that dark, malevolent energy. Crackling lightning begins to spark around him, as if he is forcefully wresting control over his own body. He hovers mid-air as the dark aura slowly starts to fade away. When Gislin opens his eyes again, they return to normal, showing he has fully regained command of his physical self. He clenches and unclenches his fist to be absolutely sure he is back in full control. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he mutters that everything is perfect. From behind, a deeply worried Belinda calls out to him, asking if the young master is all right. Gislin turns to her and apologizes for worrying her, telling her it is time to head back. Overjoyed, she happily nods in agreement. To himself, Gislin thinks about Dark, the black spirit. With its power to invade consciousness, he will now be able to shatter the illusions of Eloys. In his past life, That was the ultimate power belonging to the kingdom's greatest swordsman, Cain Balzac. Now that this power has been passed down to me, I can finally cross swords with you. The setting shifts to the Fenris branch of the Red Flame Magic Tower's runestone refinery. Inside, wizards are hard at work processing runestones, and two of them complain bitterly, whining that they are going to die at this rate and questioning how these maniacs dare treat mages this way, begging for just a moment of rest. Alfoy, however, barks at them, yelling that talking is strictly forbidden and demanding those bastards do their jobs properly. Blasting them with a jolt of magic, he warns them that if they do not meet today's quota, they better prepare to have their mana completely drained by research director Vanessa. Just then, Vanessa arrives, questioning what on earth is going on. Catching sight of her, Alfoy notes her arrival and explains that, as she can see, he is managing the rookie mages. He complains about these whiny, arrogant bastards who refuse to listen to anyone, rhetorically asking who would keep these fools in line if he were to work directly in the field. Nearby, the mages break off pieces of rune stones, packing them into bags to transport them. Proud of his management, Alfoy brags that it is a dirty job someone has to do, and who better than an enlightened mage like himself. Vanessa dryly responds with a dismissive nod, adding that it is actually great timing because it looks like she will need to step away for a while. Surprised, Alfoy asks her where she is going. She informs him that the Crimson Tower has requested an exchange with the Red Flame Magic Tower. Alfoy gasps in shock at the mention of the Crimson Tower. A Magic Tower exchange is an exceptionally elegant and prestigious event where mages gather to share knowledge, debate, and test their skills. Out of all the activities, the most anticipated is the duel between the disciples of the respective towers. When the competition gets too heated, casualties can even occur. Utterly baffled, Alfoy notes that this is normally an event that hostile towers never hold, leaving him wondering why those bastards would suddenly propose such a thing. Vanessa explains that she received an invitation from Tower Master Hubert, noting that by tradition, the Tower Masters and Elders stay out of the exchange duels. Shocked, Alfoy stammers, realizing the Master personally summoned her. Offended, Alfoy turns away in a huff, declaring to Vanessa that he refuses to go. He complains that he is the rightful successor to the Red Flame Tower, working his fingers to the bone far away from home, yet his master has not even sent him a single letter. Why on earth should he help him? He dramatically resolves that he would rather be buried right here in Fenris. Hearing his dramatic speech, Vanessa bluntly tells him that he does not need to worry about that at all, because his name was never even on the guest list, Master Alfoy. So, it is perfectly fine if he stays behind. The scene then cuts to the Red Flame Magic Tower itself. The Elder Mages express their concern, asking if it is really wise not to invite him, since no matter how useless he might be, he is still the official successor of their tower. However, Hubert, the master of the Red Flame Magic Tower, dismisses their worries, pointing out that Alfoy is still stuck at the third circle, questioning what exactly he could have possibly learned on that external mission. The Elder Mages counter, asking how their own disciples could ever hope to defeat the students of a master like Delmuth, who has already reached the legendary seventh circle. But Hubert confidently reassures them that everything will be fine, claiming that Vanessa alone is more than enough for this exchange. Sometime later, we see that Alfoy has shown up anyway, offering his greetings to the master. Vanessa is right there beside him. Shocked to see him, Hubert stammers, asking why on earth he came, before quickly shifting gears to welcome him and ask how he has been. Vanessa greets the elders as well, but Hubert completely ignores Alfoy, walking straight past him to praise Vanessa, gushing about her arrival, asking if her journey went smoothly, and checking if it is true that she has reached the coveted sixth circle. Hubert then turns to the other mages and barks that the elders should follow Vanessa's example, mocking them for still being stuck at the fifth circle. The elders do not take this insult lightly and snap back at Hubert, shouting that the Tower Master himself is still just a sixth circle master, warning him that he is about to be overtaken by a girl who used to be a simple maid. They mockingly remind him how he used to claim he would reach the seventh circle in no time if he only had rune stones. Flustered and embarrassed, Hubert stammers for them to shut up. Looking toward Vanessa, he curses to himself, wondering what on earth that punk from Fenris actually did to her, recalling that she used to be a child whose mana traces he could barely even sense. Twirling his mustache as he turns around, Hubert convinces himself that no matter how incredible those from the Ascension Tower think they are, he is the one holding the rune stones. He has absolutely no reason to dance to Delmetha's tune. With a malicious grin and glowing eyes, he brags that with these rune stones, it is only a matter of time before their red flame tower becomes number one in the entire kingdom. Sometime later, none other than Delmeth arrives at the entrance with his students, carrying an undeniably superior aura. Compared to them, the members of the Red Flame Magic Tower look completely outmatched, like a ragtag bunch. Spotting them, the wide-eyed elders gasp, shocked that they brought so many disciples with them, counting around 50 of them. Deeply taken aback and worried, Hubert wonders to himself what is with those numbers, questioning if they came to declare war. The two tower masters now stand face to face, confronting one another with their respective disciples lining up behind them. Delmeth remarks that it has been a long time, Hubert, while Hubert simply spits out his rival's name. Suddenly, Delmeth releases a massive wave of his power, leaving everyone completely awestruck. Terrified, Hubert commands everyone to raise their magic barriers immediately, screaming at Delmeth to demand what the meaning of this is. Delmeth merely looks down at him with an intensely arrogant gaze. Shortly after, Delmeth calms down, suppressing his power. As he brushes past Hubert, he casually mentions it was merely a polite greeting and a quick way to verify a few things, noting that Hubert remains exactly in the same place. Seething with rage, Hubert calls him a bastard, declaring that everything is prepared for them to fight immediately, demanding they settle this right now. Delmeth smoothly responds that he can have it however he likes. But then, Delmetha's eyes suddenly widen as he spots Vanessa, recognizing her as the infamous woman who reached the sixth circle. He then turns his gaze toward Alfoy, acknowledging him as well, the man who supposedly defeated a god. Delmetha's eyes suddenly widen as he spots Vanessa, recognizing her as the infamous woman who reached the sixth circle. He then turns his gaze toward Alfoy, acknowledging him as well, the man who supposedly defeated a god. Delmeth flashes a sinister little smile and mutters to himself that having two key figures of Fenris right there is perfect, since it saves him the trouble of seeking them out to kill them. The scene then shifts to the Magic Combat Arena, where the announcer declares that the Magic Tower Exchange is finally beginning, starting with the report on the disciples' achievements. He explains the rules and announces that there will be a total of 5 magic duels, requesting each magic tower to send forth the disciples who will participate in the matches. Delmeth immediately calls upon one of his disciples, Modi, who steps forward. Delmeth whispers something privately into his ear, and upon hearing it, Modi cracks a wicked smile. He steps forward with his magic wand, telling his master that he understands, while simultaneously unleashing his powerful aura. The elder mages turn to Hubert in worry, warning him that the opponent appears to be a fourth circle mage, and that they are coming out incredibly strong right from the start. They anxiously ask the tower master whom he will send out, with another elder suggesting that they should send out a matching opponent. After pondering the situation for a moment, Hubert asks if Ribeiro was a second circle mage, and then commands to send him out. The elder strongly disagrees with the decision, asking Hubert if he is seriously suggesting sending out a second circle disciple to face a fourth circle opponent. Hubert explains his reasoning, stating that he does not want to reveal their true fighting strength over a match like this. He notes that even if there is a significant circle gap, the opponents would never try to kill a disciple in such a public setting. He adds that even if they lose all the previous matches, sending out Vanessa at the very end guarantees a win, allowing them to still save face. Ribeiro steps forward, though he looks highly unconvinced. Hubert tries to reassure him, telling Ribeiro that this is a great opportunity to fight someone of a higher circle. He adds that it is perfectly fine to lose, so he should just treat it as a way to build experience. Ribeiro hesitantly replies that he understands, but he remains deeply anxious since a 2-circle difference is no small matter. The two opponents stand face to face, and as soon as the match is signaled to begin, Ribeiro immediately starts casting his spell, launching 2 fireballs directly at his opponent. However, Modi casually blocks them with his magic wand, as if they are absolutely nothing. He comments on how ridiculous the attack is, and utilizing an air cutter technique, he unleashes a blade made of wind that cuts Ribeiro down completely. Hubert stands completely frozen in shock, whereas Delmuth looks utterly pleased because his disciple did exactly what he was commanded to do, which was to try and kill their opponents. The mages instantly rush over to check on Ribeiro's condition, crying out in panic that the bleeding is too severe, that he is going to die at this rate, and that he needs immediate treatment. Infuriated, Hubert screams at Delmuth, calling him a bastard and demanding to know if he planned to have his disciples murdered. Delmuth responds in a perfectly calm voice, telling him to cool down and claiming that the most surprised person among them is probably his own disciple. Meanwhile, Modi acts incredibly arrogant, showing absolutely no remorse for his actions. Delmuth continues his mockery, suggesting that his disciple likely did not expect the boy to be defeated by a spell with so little power. Hubert is left speechless and boiling with rage. Standing on the other side of the arena, Delmuth tells him not to be too angry, adding that he understands his feelings, but asks if it isn't common sense that there might be casualties during a magical duel. The announcer urges them to proceed with the next duel before the mood cools down. The second duel also ends incredibly fast with a victory for the Crimson Magic Tower. Once again, it is clear that the intent was to slaughter the opponent. They arrive at the third duel, where Hubert's disciple immediately surrenders before the battle can even begin. Delmuth's disciples begin mocking them loudly, laughing about how they were supposedly the best magic tower in the north with that pathetic level of skill. They mockingly note that seeing it for themselves after hearing only rumors makes the truth crystal clear, laughing and calling them absolute pieces of trash. On the other side, the elders whisper to Hubert, pointing out that while the skill level of the Crimson disciples is impressive, something is clearly wrong, as it feels like the true purpose of this exchange is to kill their disciples. One of them anxiously asks if there is truly no countermeasure. Hubert is utterly miserable with how things are unfolding and grinds his teeth in pure rage. Fueled by hatred, he turns to his remaining disciples, asking if there is anyone willing to step up for the next duel. However, the disciples are paralyzed with fear, stammering back and asking if he seriously wants them to go out and fight against monsters like that, declaring they cannot do it because those guys have no qualms about killing people. Delmuth notices their hesitation and remarks that while this event is meant to showcase the disciples' achievements, if no one is willing to step forward, he looks at Hubert and asks why the Tower Master doesn't just come out himself. He then bursts into loud, mocking laughter. Hubert seems to completely give up, thinking to himself that he was foolish to think the gap wouldn't be this massive, concluding that the Flame Magic Tower is completely finished. But suddenly, someone shouts out, calling them a bunch of pathetic bastards. Stepping forward is none other than Alfoy, the man who defeated a god. Alfoy confidently declares that he will be the one to step forward. Hubert and the elders look on in absolute shock as they see him taking the stage. Delmuth spots him and muses that if it isn't the successor of the Flame Magic Tower, then it would only be polite for them to send out a fitting opponent. From the opposing side, a young man steps forward, introducing himself as Master Delmuth's first disciple and the successor of the Crimson Magic Tower, Brody. With an arrogant air of superiority, he tells Alfoy it is nice to meet him. The elders immediately recognize him and are gripped by fear, gasping that he is the Crimson successor, a dangerous fourth circle master. Alfoy casually responds with a simple acknowledgement, saying that he is Alfoy. But Hubert rushes forward, yelling at him to wait, and frantically points out to Alfoy that his opponent is a fourth circle master, asking how on earth he expects to win when he is only a third circle mage. Alfoy nonchalantly asks what that even matters since they haven't even tried yet. While cleaning his ear with his pinky finger without showing a single shred of fear, he reminds them that he has even beaten a god before. Hubert cannot believe his ears, wondering to himself if the boy has completely lost his mind, since for a mage, their circle is absolutely everything, meaning there is simply no way he can win. From behind, Vanessa reassures Hubert, telling the Tower Master not to worry, explaining that while Alfoy is a stubborn mage full of complaints who never listens and is completely arrogant, he is by no means weak. Alfoy pulls out his magic wand and gets ready to fight. Brody, maintaining his smug look of superiority, mocks him by saying that a magic tower's successor being only third circle is downright embarrassing. Then, with a menacing glare, he tells Alfoy that he knows he is going to die here. Alfoy looks deadly serious, repeating the word die. He begins spinning a coin on his hand, casually mentioning that while he has almost died countless times because of that bastard Ghislain, he flips the coin high into the air and finishes his sentence, declaring not today. He then flicks the gold coin directly at Brody, hitting him square on the nose, breaking it, making it bleed, and sending him crashing straight to the ground. Both Delmith and Hubert are completely stunned, with Hubert left utterly speechless. Brody pushes himself back up, clutching his bleeding nose, and pulls out his magic wand. Unleashing his full power, he rages at Alfoy, calling him a bastard for executing a cowardly sneak attack and shouting that he lacks even the basic dignity of a mage. He unleashes a barrage of magic projectiles toward Alfoy. Alfoy simply utters the word haste and vanishes with incredible speed, leaving only his coat behind, which the magic projectiles completely pierce through. Brody keeps firing his magic projectiles, but Alfoy evades every single one of them at blinding speed while rapidly closing the distance. Panic sets in, and as Brody sees him getting incredibly close, he screams in terror, wondering how the bastard can be so fast and begging him not to get any closer. Brimming with confidence, Alfoy casts Psychokinesis Table Flip, lifting a massive barrier right between them. Brody instantly blasts it with his magic, shattering it into 1,000 pieces while demanding to know where he learned such cheap tricks. However, Alfoy is already right by his side, fully charging his next attack. Utilizing Fire Punch, Alfoy lands a massive hit straight to Brody's face, sending him flying across the arena. Everyone is left in absolute shock, except for Vanessa, who knows exactly what he is capable of. A stunned Hubert mutters that it is impossible, wondering how he could possibly overcome the circle gap. Even Delmith is caught off guard, thinking to himself that Alfoy's rapid mana operation is at a level where he barely even needs time to chant, concluding that a mage with that kind of skill being only a third circle is completely absurd. Alfoy completely subdues Brody, raining down a relentless barrage of flaming punches straight to his face, reminiscent of a brutal UFC match. It is a completely one-sided massacre. Alfoy begins laughing out loud, asking the bastard if it hurts and mocking him about what he said earlier. With his face totally battered and his mouth full of blood, Brody stammers that he is a cowardly bastard, crying out that the match is already decided and trying to surrender. But Alfoy doesn't even let him finish, casting a fireball right inside Brody's mouth, causing flames to shoot straight out of his ears. Alfoy then looks down at him, asking if he is seriously going to argue about what is cowardly or not on a battlefield, adding that on the battlefield, results are everything, you little shit. The undisputed winner is the man who defeated a god, Alfoy. The announcer officially declares victory for Alfoy. The elder mages look on in utter astonishment, marveling at how much his mana control has improved, noting it is almost as if he is performing multiple castings simultaneously. Another elder can only wonder in awe what kind of brutal training Count Fenris put him through to achieve such growth. Vanessa listens to their murmurs quietly, well aware that Alfoy has already fought through war after war. Meanwhile, Hubert is absolutely ecstatic. He laughs out loud, mocking Delmuth and asking what he thinks now that their successor has completely crushed the Crimson Tower's chosen heir. Ironically, Hubert had not even invited Alfoy to participate in the first place, never truly believing he could win. Hubert then approaches Alfoy, showering him with praise and calling it expected behavior from the successor of their red flame magic tower. He casually asks Alfoy if he is upset that they barely stayed in touch, making the excuse that he has been incredibly busy this whole time. Alfoy completely ignores his fake flattery, dismissively waving his hand to signal he does not care. He bluntly tells Hubert to back off and not touch him because he is exhausted from the battle. Coughing awkwardly to mask his embarrassment, Hubert calls him a brat and wonders why he is being so incredibly cold. On the sidelines, one of the elder mages secretly regrets his own past actions, thinking he really should have treated Alfoy better under normal circumstances. Shifting gears, Hubert loudly announces that it is Vanessa's turn next, warning her to be careful not to get hurt, to which she calmly replies with a simple yes. Raising his voice to fill the room, Hubert confidently challenges Delmuth again, telling him to bring it on and send out the rest of his disciples immediately. When nobody from the opposing side makes a move, Hubert mocks them further, asking if there is really no one left willing to step up, and daring Delmuth himself to enter the ring. Deep down, Hubert gloats, knowing there is not a single disciple in the Crimson Tower with a magic circle higher than Vanessa's. He tells himself how fortunate it is that Alfoy won, convinced that in the end, total victory will belong to their red flame tower. Delmuth looks absolutely furious. After a few agonizing moments of dead silence, he unexpectedly begins to applaud. He keeps clapping steadily while everyone else stands frozen in shock and complete silence. After a few intense seconds, he softly mutters bravo. He turns his gaze toward Alfoy, addressing him as the man who defeated a god, which catches Alfoy completely off guard. Delmuth then locks his eyes onto Vanessa of the Sixth Circle, declaring that this magic tower meeting has yielded a massive harvest, as he has now confirmed these incredible abilities right before his eyes. With a terrifying, blood-curdling expression, Delmuth announces that for the final match, he will enter the battlefield himself. He releases the full gravity of his power, enveloping himself in a massive sphere of dense magic that lifts him high into the air, leaving every single spectator utterly stunned. Right in front of him, he begins to manifest his magic in the shape of a massive circle. The sheer pressure of his aura shatters every window in the tower, ripping up the floorboards as violent arcs of crimson lightning tear through every corner of the building. Hubert gasps as the structure begins to tremble violently, screaming at Delmuth, calling him a bastard, and demanding if he forgot the sacred rule that tower masters and elders are strictly forbidden from interfering in the meeting's duels. Enveloped in his aura and surrounded by lethal magic circles primed for total destruction, Delmuth coldly retorts that he simply entered the fray just as Hubert suggested, asking what the problem could possibly be. He even mockingly invites Hubert to step up as well. Stunned, Hubert can only yell back that nobody could have imagined he would actually enter the ring just because someone threw a casual taunt. Suddenly, Alfoy grabs Hubert by the collar and fiercely yells at everyone to snap out of it, snapping that now is absolutely not the time to be wasting breath on useless arguments. A bewildered Hubert stammers out Alfoy's name, shocked by the sudden insubordination, but Alfoy is no longer the coward he used to be. Now a hardened expert, he screams that those bastards arrived here with their minds already made up to slaughter everyone. He warns that if they do not want to die, they need to prepare to fight for their lives right this instant. Stepping up to the front, Vanessa unleashes her own overwhelming power, commanding all the elders to immediately raise their mana barriers as she vows to stop Delmuth herself. Activating her frost rain technique, she shapes multiple piercing ice drills and points them directly at Delmuth. In response, Delmuth calmly manipulates his magic to form a protective barrier around himself. Vanessa hurls her freezing projectiles forward, but Delmuth does not flinch a single millimeter. He stands his ground, letting the icy drills slam directly into him. A massive explosion rocks the area, but thanks to his flawless protective sphere, he emerges completely unharmed. Bringing down the arm he had raised just moments prior, Delmuth closes his fist and unleashes his devastating blazing thunder technique. The scene reveals the calm tower just before the storm hits, and a split second later, violent crimson lightning completely coils around the structure before exploding violently right at its center. Delmuth stands perfectly at the epicenter of the devastation as a massive pillar of red lightning surges straight up into the sky. Down below, the local citizens watch the horrific spectacle in absolute shock. Heavy, swirling storm clouds form directly above the shattered tower. At that exact moment, Ghislain finally arrives on the scene, taking in the catastrophic view and immediately preparing to leap into action to save his mages. A massive, gaping crater now tears through the center of the ruined tower. Inside, Delmuth hovers gracefully in midair, wrapped in his lingering aura while heavy rubble litters the ground below. He lets out a heavy sigh, clearly showing signs of physical exertion with sweat dripping down his forehead. Miraculously, Vanessa is still standing on her feet, even though Delmuth's overwhelming attack completely shredded her clothes. Behind her, the scene is grim. All the elder mages lie unconscious and defeated on the ground. Alfoy is completely drained on the floor, and even Hubert is brought down to his knees. It is solely due to Vanessa's desperate defense that any of them are still alive inside the massive crater surrounding them. This feat was far from easy for her. She had actually used Alfoy as a living battery to violently charge up her own magic reserves. Wheezing heavily and struggling to breathe, an exhausted Hubert curses Delmuth, calling him a bastard and demanding how he dares to pull this kind of crap right inside his own magic tower. Looking thoroughly displeased, Delmuth realizes to himself that Vanessa somehow managed to completely block a seventh circle spell. He deduces that she must have absorbed the mana of the man who defeated a god to fill the massive gap of her insufficient circle level, confirming that Alfoy's unique power was indeed the ultimate source. Speaking aloud, he admits that it is highly interesting, acknowledging them as truly significant figures from Fenris. Channeling a brand new spell, he confesses that even for someone of his caliber, utilizing magic of such immense power puts a massive burden on his body. He manifests several glowing, fiery magic circles around him, menacingly asking just how long they will be able to hold out before unleashing them. Summoning every ounce of her remaining strength, Vanessa conjures another protective bubble, successfully deflecting the onslaught of incoming fireballs while continuing to draw from Alfoy like a battery. She then thrusts her magic staff forward, fully charging her counterattack to unleash a massive wave of energy directly at Delmuth. Reacting instantly, Delmuth uses his own magic to pull the nearby heavy debris right in front of him, creating a solid wall that completely shields him from Vanessa's energy blast. Immediately after, Delmuth is caught completely off guard when Hubert suddenly channels his own fire magic and hurls a desperate blast straight at him, screaming that it is finally over for him. Delmuth quickly manifests a magic circle and counters with his air whirlwind technique, completely dispersing Hubert's flames into nothingness. Drained of every last drop of energy, Hubert collapses heavily back onto his knees alongside Vanessa. Both are utterly spent, gasping desperately for air. Delmuth remarks that facing 2/6 circle magic users at once is certainly no easy feat, declaring that this will finally be the end. He begins to charge up his signature devastating strike once again, the exact same cataclysmic attack that nearly wiped them out moments ago. With their fates seemingly sealed, Hubert desperately glances to the side, yelling for the elders and disciples to quickly raise their mana barriers, but everyone lies unconscious or completely incapacitated. He turns his eyes toward Vanessa and Alfoy, but both are entirely powerless to move. Internally, Hubert falls into deep despair, realizing that just blocking Delmuth's magic has completely consumed nearly all of their mana, wondering if the Red Flame Tower is truly destined to meet its tragic end during his generation. But right before Delmuth can unleash his final strike, his eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. He looks up to see Ghislain gracefully descending from the sky, using his intricate mana threads technique. Locking eyes with the villain, Ghislain calmly greets the Crimson Tower Master, Delmuth, introducing himself as the Lord of Fenris, Count Ghislain Fenris. He casually announces that he came to participate in the Magic Tower's meeting, though he ultimately ended up arriving just a little bit late. Ghislain stands fully prepared to fight, and so does Delmuth, who continues to channel his magic as a glowing magic circle completely surrounds him. Vanessa is overjoyed to see Ghislain arrive, and so is Hubert, who eagerly calls out to him, calling him his brother. Delmuth, completely caught off guard, stammers out the name Fenris, recognizing him as Ghislain Fenris, the greatest swordsman of the North. Watching the young man closely, Delmuth realizes to himself that this brat must be the very one who ruined the Duke's plans. He then barks at Ghislain, asking if he is blind to the fact that they are in the middle of a magic duel, an official event of the Magic Tower Exchange. He commands Ghislain to stay out of it, declaring that a mere noble has absolutely no authority to interfere in the private affairs of mages. Ghislain responds with a calm smirk, noting that it seems Lord Hubert has not told him the news yet. Behind him, Hubert looks completely bewildered, unable to comprehend what Ghislain is talking about. Ghislain goes on to explain that he is actually participating as a guest mage representing the Red Flame Magic Tower, and he simply arrived a little late to the venue. Hubert points a finger at Ghislain in utter disbelief, stammering that even if he is the greatest swordsman of the North, claiming to be a mage is just completely absurd. However, Vanessa immediately cuts him off, telling him to shut his mouth as she violently smacks him with her magic staff. Hubert quickly catches on to the play, shifting his tone to tell Delmuth that Ghislain is entirely right. He loudly announces that the Baron of Fenris is officially a guest mage of the Red Flame Magic Tower, proudly adding that he was the one who personally invited him. Delmuth, glaring down at them while suspended in mid-air by his magic, ready to unleash a devastating strike, scoffs at the ridiculous idea of the Baron of Fenris being a mage. Yet, despite his mockery, a tense drop of sweat rolls down his forehead. Internally, he calculates that those two mages are already in no condition to keep fighting. His original plan was to completely eliminate the Red Flame Magic Tower first before launching an attack on Fenris. But then, a dark smile spreads across his face as he speaks aloud, telling the Baron of Fenris that if he wants to throw himself into the flames by his own choice, he will not stop him. To hell with the exchange, he thinks, as this is the perfect opportunity to eliminate all enemies of the duchy in a single, devastating sweep. Immediately after, he manifests the exact same massive magic sphere that had nearly obliterated the entire palace just moments before, aiming it directly at Ghislain. Delmuth laughs maniacally, shouting that in the end, everything in this world is resolved through sheer force. The tower begins to glow with a menacing red aura as dark, heavy clouds gather directly above the structure. Delmuth stands at the very epicenter of the storm as violent bolts of lightning begin cascading down toward them. Both Vanessa and Hubert watch on in absolute shock at the cataclysmic sight before them. Ghislain manages to intercept the terrifying blow with his sword. The tip of his blade begins to glow brightly, crackling with small arcs of red lightning. He calmly remarks that this is one of the best things he has heard all day, because he, too, thoroughly enjoys settling matters through raw force. Bending his knees, Ghislain uses his explosive strength to launch himself upward, hurtling straight toward Delmuth, who is stunned by his incredible speed. Ghislain drives his blade straight for Delmuth's head, but the Archmage manages to block the strike, desperately using his raw magic to catch and lock the sword between his hands. Seeing that Ghislain's sword is already beginning to pierce right through his magical defense, Delmuth rapidly invokes his blink technique to teleport a short distance away, leaving Ghislain striking nothing but an empty afterimage. Delmuth begins to breathe heavily, visibly shaken by the encounter. He thinks to himself in pure shock that this man just blocked a 7th circle magic field with nothing but a basic sword. He realizes that if he had been even a single second too late, he would have been critically hit. Refusing to back down, Delmuth summons multiple swords crafted from pure magic, admitting aloud that Ghislain truly deserves the title of the greatest swordsman of the North. He then hurls the barrage of magical blades straight at Ghislain, who is still suspended in midair. Ghislain instantly deploys his mana threads technique, anchoring himself to the terrain below and spinning dynamically to evade every single magical blade hurled by Delmuth. Stunned by the display, Delmuth wonders to himself if those are actual mana threads. Delmuth relentlessly keeps firing more magical swords at Ghislain, but the swordsman effortlessly dodges them all, systematically closing the distance between them. Once he gets within striking range, Ghislain unleashes a powerful downward assault. Delmuth barely manages to parry it by conjuring a protective magic bubble around his body. Ghislain remains fiercely determined to finish him off, while Delmuth is clearly beginning to strain, especially since he has already cast a devastating, high-energy technique twice. Ghislain presses the attack with ferocity. Delmuth barely evades and launches a counterattack with a magical sword, which Ghislain promptly parries. Delmuth then swings upward from below, but Ghislain blocks the strike with his own blade. Spinning his body smoothly mid-air, Ghislain utilizes his mana threads to tightly bind Delmuth, mirroring the exact method the evil spirit had once used against him. Using every ounce of his physical strength, Ghislain slams Delmuth violently into the ground, causing the Archmage to violently cough up blood. Ghislain retracts his mana threads, leaving Delmuth tumbling across the shattered floor. Hubert watches the entire scene in absolute disbelief, stammering that it is impossible and that his brother is actually overpowering a legendary figure like Delmuth. The evil spirit residing inside Ghislain's body suddenly chimes in, marveling that his master truly knows how to fight, especially when facing a seventh circle Archmage. The spirit notes that despite being this incredibly powerful, Ghislain had not even reached his absolute peak in his past life. Ghislain simply snaps back, telling the spirit to shut its mouth. Delmuth forces himself back onto his feet, calling Ghislain an insolent brat. Battered, bloodied, and gasping for breath, the Archmage demands to know what kind of power this is, claiming it is a strength that ordinary knights could never possibly possess. Ghislain replies coldly, stating that they say one can only see what they already know, and it appears that even a seventh circle Archmage has things he remains completely ignorant about. Delmuth barks back, telling him not to make him laugh. He screams that this murky energy is definitely not pure mana, realizing that it looks identical to the forbidden power the duchy granted to its secret agents. Ghislain is visibly taken aback by those unexpected words. Delmuth begins to float back up into the air, admitting he does not know why Ghislain possesses this dark energy, but now he fully understands why he caused so much trouble for the duchy. He notes that he himself would have never reached the glorious seventh circle without the grace and backing of the duchy. He begins unleashing his magic fully, vowing that even if he dies here on this battlefield, he will take Ghislain down with him. He conjures an enormous, overflowing sphere of energy that resembles a massive spirit bomb. Surrounded by a cataclysmic aura and with his eyes glowing fiercely, Delmuth declares he will kill him to repay the duchy's favor. Intense bolts of lightning violently envelop the entire magic tower. Hubert uses his own magic to lift the elder mages into the air, cursing that the entire building is collapsing around them. Vanessa urges everyone to back away as she drags Alfoy, who looks completely lifeless, telling him that they need to move right now. Ghislain, however, does not back down in the slightest. He looks up from below, leaning casually on his blade, and calls upon the evil spirit, Dark, commanding him to amplify his power. Ghislain drops into his final battle stance as Dark's ominous, dark aura begins to heavily envelop him. Ghislain demands more power until his eyes turn pitch black, with his pupils glowing a sinister purple. Stunned by the recklessness, Dark exclaims that Ghislain is already drawing out mana like a total madman, asking if he really wants to increase the load even further. Ghislain ignores the warning and commands his fourth core to open. Instantly, four radiant yellow cores manifest around him, with the brightest, most dazzling one shining directly in the center of his chest. Ghislain remarks that mages are incredibly persistent creatures, so one must always ensure they are truly dead. He adds that it will not be difficult, as he already killed this bastard once before in his past life. Dark laughs maniacally, saying he does not care anymore since it was Ghislain who ordered it. He warns him that he will use the most intense emotion inside his soul as fuel, telling him never to forget that if he dies, this body will belong to the spirit. Dark then begins to merge directly into Ghislain's central core. Ghislain reflects on all his bitter enemies, starting from Duke Delphine, Aiden, and all the others, channeling his raw rage to enter a powered-up state reminiscent of a super scion. From above, Delmith charges down with his gigantic energy sphere, while below, Ghislain stands in his ultimate mode, his sword glowing brilliantly with mana as Dark's dark aura swirls violently around him. Delmith unleashes his devastating Inferno technique, hurling the massive energy sphere straight at Ghislain. Seeing it approach, Ghislain charges his own strike and executes his legendary Aura Blade technique. The attack cleanly cleaves everything in its path right down the middle, shattering the massive energy sphere and slicing Delmith himself in half. The scene then shifts far away to a house nestled deep within the woods among the rolling hills, where Tennant is busy training his disciples. He is focused on observing his students when a hooded figure suddenly approaches and whispers something directly into his ear. Clapping his hands together, Tennant signals for his students to stop and listen, announcing that class ends here for today as he has some urgent matters to attend to and will be absent for a while. The students are clearly disappointed, and one of them asks if he will return quickly this time. Tennant promises that he will. To himself, he reflects that no matter how disappointing that disciple of his might have been as his master, it is his absolute duty to avenge him. Another deadly confrontation awaits Ghislain, this time against the strongest sword of the East. The chapter opens in the capital inside Branford's office, where a furious Maurice McQuarrie screams at the top of his lungs. He aggressively demands to know just where that Fenris brat is and what the hell he is doing, raging that the boy killed young Lord Roderick in the West and even took down the master of the Crimson Magic Tower. He fumes that Ghislain is stirring up the entire kingdom, yet he hasn't even shown his face in the capital. Trying to de-escalate the tension, Billow Norton tells him to calm down, asking if the matter with the second young Lord Roderick wasn't simply the result of a formal night duel. Rosalind quickly chimes in, explaining that Tower Master Delmith was fully backed by the ducal family, and under their direct orders, he tried to completely annihilate the Flame Tower in Ghislain. She notes they have already confirmed this dark truth through Delmith's transaction records with Count Desmond and the internal documents of the Crimson Magic Tower. With a firm, unyielding tone, she states that the justification for Ghislain's actions is more than sufficient. But Maurice McQuarrie continues to yell, arguing that justification or not, no good comes from constantly provoking the ducal family at a time like this. He snaps that it will only end up accelerating the civil war, aggressively asking if he is wrong. Throughout this entire outburst, Branford listens in absolute silence, refusing to utter a single word. Maurice presses on, calling Ghislain an ungrateful bastard who doesn't even know the grace of the royalist faction that raised and supported him. He fumes that the boy thinks he can do whatever he wants in this world, declaring they should arrest that Fenris whelp immediately and throw him straight into the interrogation room. Right at that exact moment, the two guards at the door burst in to announce that Marquis, Count Fenris has just arrived in the capital. Everyone is taken completely by surprise, and Branford immediately commands them to let him in. Ghislain enters the room looking entirely proud, and with a confident smile plastered across his face, he greets them, stating that Ghislain Fenris is at their service and hoping everyone has been doing well. Maurice McQuarrie immediately leaps out of his seat and charges toward him, screaming that the bastard showed up right as they spoke of the devil, threatening to lock him in the interrogation room this very instant. But before he can act, a worried Rosalind steps in, asking Ghislain if he is hurt anywhere since she heard he had a fierce battle with the 7th Circle mage, Delmuth. Ghislain calmly reassures her, saying he is fine and thanking her for her concern. She then urges him to come have a seat, asking if anything is troubling him. Billow adds to the sudden hospitality, offering his full support whenever Ghislain faces any administrative problems. Watching this play out, Maurice McQuarrie seethes with anger, absolutely furious at them for giving Ghislain such a warm, welcoming reception. Branford fixes a cold gaze on the young count, noting that it has been incredibly hard to see his face lately. With a menacing expression, he adds that Ghislain must have a lot to say to him. Remaining entirely unfazed, Ghislain smiles and replies that of course he does, but before they dive into that, he has something incredible to show them. Just outside the city walls, several horse-drawn carriages stand in a massive line, and the entire group heads out to see exactly what Ghislain has brought. Gillian takes charge on the ground, ordering his men to put all the equipment over here and to move the runestones and potions with the utmost care. A stunned Maurice McQuarrie can barely speak, stammering to ask what all of this could possibly be. Ghislain proudly details the haul, explaining that it includes various food supplies, herbs, polearms, and other essential military assets. He points out advanced armor crafted from new materials recently developed by the dwarves, refined runestones, and a vast collection of high-grade potions. Bowing deeply in a sign of absolute respect, Ghislain states that these are gifts for everyone in the Royalist faction. Count Aylesbury is completely blown away by the sight, marveling that this hoard is incredible and contains enough resources to hold out in the castle for at least an entire year. He emphasizes that not only is the quantity staggering, but the quality itself is excellent. Branford remains dead silent while Rosalind looks at Ghislain with pure admiration. Moments later, an unexpected hand lands on Ghislain's shoulder. It belongs to Maurice McQuarrie, the very same man who was screaming for his arrest just moments ago. Now, he warmly tells him that if he needs anything at all, his brother just has to say the word, promising to provide all the troops or supplies he can offer. Branford questions the sudden shift, asking Ghislain if he, who was always so busy taking care of his own, is now just giving all of this away for absolutely nothing. Ghislain confirms it, stating that it is a reward for causing them so much worry with his recent affairs. Branford's expression grows incredibly serious as he points out that to him, it sounds like Ghislain is telling them to prepare for war. Hearing the word war, the rest of the lords gasps in shock. Ghislain smiles, acknowledging that Branford's intuition is sharp, just as expected. Branford nods, telling him to explain what he has in mind, demanding to know first why he had no choice but to kill young Lord Martin Roderick. After a few tense seconds of silence, Ghislain reveals that it was because there was a distinct possibility the young lord would become a massive obstacle. Branford doesn't quite understand and asks for further clarification. Ghislain explains that as they all know, the Marquis of Roderick in the West was closely allied with Duke Delphine. If a civil war breaks out, the Drake mercenary group, led by young Lord Martin, would have easily become a great threat. Absorbing this tactical insight, Branford concedes that certainly, their knack for handling dangerous mercenaries can absolutely not be ignored. Ghislain states that his ultimate goal is to steadily whittle down the enemy's total fighting power. He then reaches into a pocket of his coat, pulls out a letter, and hands it directly to Branford. Taking the paper, Branford asks what it is, and Ghislain reveals that it is a comprehensive list of the ducal family's hidden tales operating right inside the capital and various other territories. The revelation leaves Branford utterly speechless. He unfolds the document, reading through it as he mutters to himself that there are quite a few names here, including some deeply familiar ones. He is shocked that despite filtering out and expelling so many spies already, there are still this many left inside their ranks. Ghislain explains that while the thorough investigation took a considerable amount of time, they managed to sort them all out, capturing merchant guilds, information brokers, mercenaries, and everyone else closest to them who was ready to turn on them at any given moment. Ghislain warns that the exact moment the civil war breaks out, these hidden assets will become the treacherous backstage forces that stab the royalist faction straight in the back. Branford contemplates this dark reality for several heavy seconds without uttering a word, while Ghislain quietly observes his reaction. Finally, Ghislain looks at the Marquis and argues that if a civil war is bound to happen anyway, it is far better for them to strike first. Branford gasps in surprise at the sheer boldness of the strategy, but Ghislain fixes him with a dead serious gaze, declaring that the civil war has actually already begun. The two powerful men lock eyes, staring at each other intensely in absolute silence. As night falls across the capital, the purge begins. Rosalind, backed by a legion of elite imperial soldiers, confronts Geoffrey, the master of the Kelia Merchant Guild, coldly informing him that their business dealings end as of today. Panicking, Geoffrey tries to resist, stammering to know what the meaning of this outrage is. Rosalind cuts him off, stating that furthermore, the Marquis is officially confiscating every single asset belonging to the Merchant Guild. She sharply orders her soldiers to do as commanded, and the troops instantly charge forward, seizing all supplies. She commands them to ruthlessly subdue anyone who dares to resist. Geoffrey screams in pure desperation, asking what kind of atrocity this is and warning that the Capital Merchant Association will absolutely not let this slide, claiming that all the merchants and nobles will turn their backs on the Marquis. Unmoved, Rosalind rests her fan against her face and casually tells him to go right ahead. Geoffrey freezes in shock as she delivers the final blow, telling him they simply came to hunt down the ducal family's loyal dogs. Realizing his cover is completely blown, Geoffrey draws his blade in a panic, cursing those quick-witted royalist bastards and vowing to drag her to the afterlife with him. But he never gets the chance. Before he can even swing, Rosalind's soldiers thrust their blades directly into his heart, ending his life. The soldiers shout to the ranks that the traitors have finally revealed their true colors, ordering everyone to find every single one of them without exception and root out every last spy of the ducal family. Anyone who dares to fight back is instantly slaughtered. High up in his office, Branford watches the chaos unfold across the city, whispering that Delphine and Unhart have finally gotten what they wanted, because the civil war has indeed started. The scene then shifts to a bleak, rainy day amidst a landscape of utter ruin. The shattered walls of a destroyed city lie broken, with abandoned swords scattered across the muddy ground, as if a massive, bloody war just concluded. Deep inside a nearby cavern, Raoul and Balzac trek silently toward their hidden destination until they finally come to a sudden halt. Standing directly ahead of them is a mysterious man dressed entirely in pristine white clothes, floating gracefully on top of the water. Behind him, a massive waterfall cascades down from the hollow eyes of a colossal stone monument shaped like a giant human being. The white-haired, white-clothed figure looks at them and remarks that it seems a lot of troublesome things have popped up lately. Completely broken and exhausted by his failure to handle Ghislain, Raoul looks up and calls the man Livier, muttering that to think he was the one they actually sent. Balzac updates him on the grim situation, explaining that those damn royalist bastards struck first, and a massive number of their informants planted deep within the capital have already been completely purged. Livier looks genuinely surprised by Balzac's report, repeating the name of the royalist faction in disbelief and noting that Branford is certainly not the type of person to pull off a move that aggressive. Balzac clarifies that it wasn't Branford at all, but rather Ghislain, the wild card operating directly under him. Furious, Raoul grinds his teeth and adds that Delmouth died by his hands as well. Livier falls completely silent for a few heavy seconds. Suddenly, his eyes flash with an eerie, glowing light as he stares deeply into Raoul's eyes, softly stating that in that case, they will simply have to advance the schedule for opening the rift. Right behind him, a small, dark fracture in space-time crackles into existence. Raoul gasps in shock, questioning if they are really opening the rift now since the promised day is still far off, nervously asking if this is truly okay. Livier answers coldly that it isn't okay, but points out that they can't just sit still like this forever. Walking calmly across the surface of the water toward them, Livier notes that Delmouth is dead, the royalist faction struck first, and an unexpected obstacle has clearly appeared. Therefore, he declares they must eliminate the main culprit first. Balzac repeats the words in awe, and Livier confirms that he will personally eliminate that culprit himself. A stunned Raoul asks if he really intends to do it, but Livier merely steps forward, placing a heavy hand on Raoul's shoulder. With his eyes glowing a menacing, brilliant red, Livier snaps that if someone had actually done their job properly in the first place, he wouldn't be forced to step in like this. He orders Raoul to shift his entire focus to diligently preparing the sacrifices needed to open the rift right now, vowing that he shall personally eliminate anyone who dares to stand in the way of the Salvation Sect's great work. The torrential downpour shows no signs of slowing down, completely engulfing the capital in an unforgiving sheet of rain. Sprinting through the flooded, dark streets is a desperate spy belonging to the faction of Duke Delphine, frantically trying to outrun the elite soldiers of Rosalind who are closing in on his position. His breath is heavy, his boots splashing violently against the pavement as he makes a mad dash toward a line of parked vehicles, hoping to find an escape route. Suddenly, out of the shadows, two soldiers cut him off, their armor clanking loudly as they block his path. They shout across the rain, declaring that they have finally cornered him, Count Powood, and urge the rest of the squad to secure the area. Realizing he is trapped, Powood instantly cuts hard to the side, changing direction in a panic while the pursuing soldiers yell to the others to seize him and block every single escape route. Exhausted, his lungs burning from the relentless chase, Powood curses under his breath, spitting out his hatred for the miserable bastards of the royal prince's faction. Gritting his teeth through the sheer physical strain, he mutters to himself that there is still far too much time left before the promised hour finally arrives. Spotting an abandoned house near the vehicles, he throws his entire weight forward, smashing his shoulder violently through the rotted wooden door. The wood splinters as he crashes heavily into the pitch-black interior, rolling across the cold floor in a desperate attempt to hide. But his relief is cut short. Waiting right there in the darkness of the abandoned house is Rosalind herself, looking down at him with absolute calm. She ice coldly tells him to put an end to this pathetic and unnecessary game of hide and seek, addressing him directly as Count Powood. She is far from alone. Several of her highly trained soldiers stand heavily armed right by her side, completely surrounding the room. With effortless grace, she holds her signature fan in one hand and grips the hilt of her drawn sword in the other. Walking slowly and deliberately toward the fallen spy, she informs him that they have already captured and neutralized the vast majority of the covert spies that the lords of the ducal house had managed to infiltrate into the city. Looking down at him with a dead serious, unyielding expression, she flatly tells him that his journey ends here. Instead of begging, Powood breaks into a hysterical, unhinged laughter. He glares straight into her eyes, mockingly asking who exactly decided that this was over. A deeply malicious, sinister smile spreads across his face as he suddenly thrusts both of his hands high into the air. He screams out at the top of his lungs, calling upon the priest, announcing that, precisely according to his holy instructions, they have successfully delivered the daughter of Marquis Brantford. The unexpected outburst catches both Rosalind and her royal guards completely off guard, their eyes widening in surprise. Powood continues to scream with every ounce of strength left in his body, staring blankly up at the ceiling as he begs the priest to show him divine mercy. The guards exchange bewildered glances, utterly confused by his erratic behavior, muttering about what kind of madness he is spouting. They conclude that the Count has finally lost his mind under the pressure, and order the immediate binding and arrest of the lunatic. Rosalind, however, refuses to lower her guard. Her instincts flare up as she instantly senses an unnatural shift in the atmosphere. Right on cue, a thick, unnatural smoke begins to manifest out of thin air, swirling rapidly around Powood, who remains prostrated on his knees with his hands raised to the heavens. Within seconds, the dense mist erupts outward, aggressively consuming the entire room and completely shrouding Rosalind and her men, who look around frantically, entirely unable to comprehend what is happening. The guards instinctively drop into defensive stances, their weapons raised as a sudden, unnatural, biting cold washes over them, making them shiver as they demand to know the source of this sudden fog. Rosalind barks out an order, telling everyone to hold their ground and maintain absolute concentration, because there is undeniably something malevolent hiding within the mist. Right before Powood's eyes, a terrifying figure begins to take shape out of the darkness, revealing the ominous silhouette of Livier. Overjoyed and relieved, Po-wood cries out to the priest, declaring that he knew he would come to his rescue, begging him to slaughter these soldiers and grant him his ultimate salvation. Livier looks down at the pathetic man with nothing but cold, unadulterated disgust, whispering that Po-wood's tongue is far too loose for his own good. Without a shred of hesitation, Livier drives his heavy staff straight into Po-wood's chest, piercing through flesh and drawing a sudden spray of deep crimson blood. The brutal display leaves Rosalind and her soldiers frozen in absolute horror. Spitting up thick mouthfuls of blood, Po-wood desperately clutches the staff that is impaling his torso, gasping out a final, agonizing question, asking why his master would do this to him. Livier responds with icy indifference, telling him to atone for his heavy sins by transforming into a holy warrior. Suddenly, violent crackles of dark lightning begin to arc through the air around them. A suffocating, pitch-black aura violently wraps around Po-wood's body as the crest of the staff glows with a blinding, sinister light. Po-wood's body begins to warp and mutate into a grotesque, monstrous entity. His human fingers crack and extend, transforming into savage, animalistic claws as his flesh stretches, completing a horrific mutation right before the terrified eyes of everyone in the room. Rosalind stammers in pure disbelief, completely unable to process the nightmarish sight unfolding in front of her. Looming like a mountain right behind Livier is the colossal, terrifying silhouette of what used to be Po-wood. Livier turns his gaze toward her, acknowledging her reputation as the brilliant daughter of Marquis Brantford, someone highly talented in both intellectual letters and the lethal arts of combat. He remarks that, as a man of the cloth, he generally prefers to avoid resorting to such violent, messy methods. However, his expression darkens into something incredibly grim as he tells her that he must firmly insist she accompany him. Meanwhile, far away from the chaos, the scene shifts to the quiet halls of the Brantford estate. Marquis Brantford stands motionless by the window of his private chambers, staring out at the grim weather. His loyal personal guard approaches him quietly, asking if he is feeling anxious about the situation. Brantford scoffs softly, asking who exactly he thinks he is talking to, reminding him that he is Brantford. The guard gently pushes further, pointing out that it has already been 2 full days since Lady Rosalind vanished without a trace, and despite their extensive search efforts, they have failed to uncover even the slightest clue as to her whereabouts. Brantford closes his eyes, reasoning that the incident took place directly within the boundaries of the kingdom, meaning that unless she has somehow turned into a ghost, they are bound to find her eventually. He emphasizes that Rosalind is his daughter, and if the ducal house truly went as far as to orchestrate her kidnapping, they would obviously ensure that no ordinary scout could track them. He notes that this exact level of danger and retaliation was fully expected from the very moment they made the heavy choice to instigate this bloody civil war. Yet, despite his words of stoic composure, his hands are visibly trembling against his coat, betraying the sheer terror gripping his heart over the safety of his precious daughter. The guard watches him silently, offering no hollow words, knowing full well the immense agony and weight the Marquis is currently enduring. Breaking the heavy silence, Brantford shifts his focus, demanding to know where that boy, Ghislain, is at this very moment. Ghislain has already made his move, arriving in the capital and heading with absolute purpose toward the exact perimeter where Rosalind was captured. The 2 sentries stationed outside the investigation zone immediately recognize his imposing figure and snap to attention, offering a formal salute. Stepping into the room, Ghislain scans the environment with a critical eye, noting that everything looks remarkably pristine. The furniture is perfectly arranged, fresh bread sits neatly on the dining table, and the bookshelves are completely undisturbed, a stark contrast to the absolute chaos that should have resulted from a kidnapping. He systematically inspects every corner of the room before his sharp senses lock onto something hidden from the naked eye. He calls out to Dark, asking for his assessment. Dark manifests, analyzing the space before noting that the area is suspiciously clean, suggesting that whoever abducted the Marquis's daughter is clearly no ordinary adversary, making it entirely logical that common human eyes couldn't find even a speck of evidence. Flaunting his superiority as usual, Dark brags that his divine eyes can never be deceived by such cheap tricks. He begins to unleash a massive pulse of his own energy, sending it surging across the entire room. The magic flows through every object and wall, violently peeling away the illusion. Instantly, the fake, pristine veneer shatters, revealing the true state of the room: splintered wood, overturned furniture, and absolute structural devastation left behind by Livier's dark magic. Dark reacts with wide eyes, commenting on the sheer destruction, noting that not a single spot was left untouched, and concluding that an absolute monstrous brawl took place here. Ghislain walks through the ruins, his eyes catching a discarded letter resting on the floor, heavily radiating the exact same foul, dark energy that belongs to Livier. Surprised by the blatant clue, he picks it up and unfolds the parchment to read its contents. The text explicitly states that if he wishes to learn the truth regarding his true power, he must follow the trail to wherever the dark energy points, adding a deadly warning that if he fails to show up entirely alone, the young lady will immediately be executed. Sure enough, the eerie dark mist bleeds from the letter, pointing directly toward a specific corner of the room. Ghislain softly repeats the words, staring at the path outlined by the darkness. Dark leaps up excitedly, shouting that he found it, mocking the culprit for being an absolute fool to think they could hide from him, calling it an incredibly generous blunder to leave a direct map to their location. Ghislain silently folds the paper, slipping it securely into his pocket before calmly stating that this is an obvious trap. Dark looks at him with naive confusion, prompting Ghislain to explain that this mysterious individual clearly possesses deep knowledge regarding his hidden power. The enemy deliberately left behind magical traces that could only ever be perceived and uncovered by using that specific power, meaning this wasn't a mistake at all. It was a calculated invitation because they desperately want Ghislain to find them. The perspective shifts to the dark, damp cavern where Livier is keeping his hostage. Rosalind is lying unconscious over a horrifying mound of cold, dead bodies right at the edge of a body of murky water, her clothes torn and her skin bearing the marks of a brutal struggle. Slowly, her eyelids flutter open as consciousness returns. She tries to push herself up, her hand pressing down onto what feels like pale, unmoving skin, as she groggily questions where she is. The moment she tries to shift her weight to stand, her foot loses its grip, causing her to slide violently down the gruesome pile of corpses. These are the bodies of her own loyal soldiers, slaughtered and systematically stacked on top of each other to form a sickening wall several meters high. She crashes heavily into the shallow, blood-stained water below, groaning in immense pain and coughing as she desperately tries to understand what kind of nightmare she has woken up into. But as her vision clears and she looks up at the massive barrier of her butchered men, absolute trauma strikes her heart. She begins to tremble violently, her chest heaving with short, panicked gasps of air as she screams out in pure horror. From the shadows behind her, Livier steps forward, his voice cutting through her panic as he asks if he inadvertently frightened her. She spins around in utter shock, staring at him with wide, terrified eyes, demanding to know who the hell he is and what he has done to her people. Livier watches her trembling form for a brief moment before calmly responding that these people are merely sacrifices. Her mind races in confusion, desperately demanding an explanation for this cruelty. Livier casually explains that they are entirely necessary sacrifices required to breach the boundaries and open a brand new world. He gestures toward the space directly behind him, where a massive, swirling cosmic rift tears through the fabric of reality itself. He tells her to look at the mountains of dead soldiers not as lives lost, but simply as the essential fuel required to keep this tier open. Internally, Rosalind's mind shatters with panic, unable to comprehend the impossible anomaly before her, wondering how on earth a rift into the void could possibly exist within this world. Livier continues his speech, declaring that once the rift opens completely, the true ancient masters of this world will return to rightfully reclaim this land. Rosalind snaps, screaming at him that he is an absolute lunatic, demanding to know what kind of insane nonsense he is talking about. Livier simply tells her that there is absolutely no need to be in such a desperate hurry, reassuring her that she will comprehend everything very soon. He smiles faintly, adding that he fully expects Count Gislin Fenris to arrive and witness this grand awakening shortly, revealing that he personally took the liberty of inviting him to the show. Shocked to her core, Rosalind stammers out Gislin's name, terrified at the prospect of him walking into this nightmare. Lowering her head, she tries to deny it, asking Livier if he honestly thinks Gislin is some sort of brainless idiot, arguing that there is absolutely no way a warrior of his caliber would ever blindly walk into such a glaringly obvious trap. But Livier's smile only widens as he confidently assures her that he will come, emphasizing that the boy simply will have no other choice in the matter. And he is entirely correct. At that very second, Gislin has already arrived at the massive thresholds leading directly into their hidden sanctuary. Walking forward with complete tranquility, entirely undisturbed by the surrounding darkness, his eyes burn with a fierce, absolute determination to tear this place apart and save Rosalind at all costs. A legendary, explosive encounter is right on the horizon. The chapter opens in a tavern within Fenris, where Alfoy is sharing a meal with his two companions. One of them remarks on how long it has been since they last got to rest, noting that those poor knights must be having a miserable time running around the capital by now. The other friend chimes in, saying that those guys are far from normal anyway, so taking it easy once in a while certainly won't kill them. He then turns to Alfoy, asking if he agrees. Alfoy stares blankly and muses that maybe he should have just gone along with the Lord instead. His two friends are completely shocked by his words, considering Alfoy was always the one who tried his absolute best to stay far away from Gislin's chaotic battles. Wearing an oddly blissful expression, Alfoy explains that the Lord told him to rest since he had already fought those crimson guys. However, ever since that battle, he has harbored a strange, empty feeling inside. No matter what he does, everything feels utterly boring, and he cannot feel a thing anymore. He wonders aloud if this crushing emptiness is simply the price of defeating a god. Suddenly, a mysterious man approaches from behind, stating that he knows that feeling all too well. Surprised, Alfoy turns around and demands to know his identity. The stranger calmly responds that he is the West's greatest sword, Tenant. Alfoy stands frozen in sheer shock, unable to believe his own eyes. Tenant looks him dead in the eye and asks Alfoy, the legendary man who defeated a god, if he can request a match. The scene then shifts to Lucas, who is peacefully taking a nap until a panicked soldier rushes in. The soldier alerts him that it is an emergency and begs Lucas to come outside immediately. Groggily, Lucas replies that there are plenty of other capable people in the castle besides him. But the soldier stammers out that the intruder is none other than Roderick's, the West's greatest sword. Cut back to Alfoy and Tenant, now standing face to face in front of an arena stage. A massive crowd has gathered to watch the epic showdown, enthusiastically chanting Alfoy's name. They cheer that it is a battle between the man who defeated a god versus the West's greatest sword. They shout that they have been incredibly bored lately anyway, making this moment absolutely perfect, and they demand to see the true, terrifying power of the man who defeated a god. Tenant addresses Alfoy directly, mentioning that he heard a great deal about him on his journey north. He notes that rumors claim Alfoy killed Delmud and destroyed the Crimson Magic Tower single-handedly with his own power. Alfoy is completely taken aback because, in reality, he did absolutely nothing of the sort. Breaking into a cold sweat as he desperately tries to think of an excuse, Alfoy wonders to himself what this man is even talking about. After all, Alfoy had simply passed out during the fight, and by the time he woke up, the Lord had already taken care of everything. Tenant continues his provocation, stating that people with that caliber of strength are never truly satisfied by ordinary things. He explains that while he initially came north to see Lord Fenris, he expects Alfoy to keep this old man entertained in the meantime. Right at that moment, Lucas arrives on the scene, telling Tenant to stop picking on the wrong guy. Tenant notices the interruption and calmly inquires who he is. Pointing a finger at the cheering soldiers behind him, Lucas casually replies that he can think of him as the one who manages these idiots. He then gets straight to the point, asking what brings the West's greatest sword, Tenant, all the way to the north. After a brief, tense moment of silence, Tenant answers that as a knight, he has come to formally challenge Count Fenris to a duel. Everyone present is stunned by his bold declaration, and the shocked onlookers exclaim in disbelief, asking if the West's greatest sword truly wants to fight their boss. Internally, Lucas wonders if this sudden challenge is because of young Master Roderick. Tennant then muses if he caused trouble for nothing, explaining that since the Count was not around, he was only trying to pass the time, and asks for their understanding. Lucas firmly informs him that their lord is not present, as he currently has important business in the capital. Surprised, Tennant repeats the word capital, noting that it is a massive relief, as at least the one he came to challenge did not run away out of fear. Lucas takes an immediate dislike to these highly provocative words. He snaps back that for someone heralded as the West's greatest sword, Tennant seems to have an awful lot of free time if he is wandering around looking for random fights instead of protecting his own territory. Aiming his spear directly at Tennant, Lucas commands him to draw his sword, declaring that he will fight him instead. Tennant asks if Lucas truly wants to fight him. Lucas replies that if he simply lets him leave, the Lord will likely scold him later, demanding to know why he just stood idly by when the West's greatest sword showed up on their doorstep. Tennant bursts into loud laughter, draws his blade, and agrees, stating that they shall see exactly what Lucas is made of. The scene then shifts to Ghislain advancing deep into a dark cave where Livier and Rosalind are located. Waiting for him is Livier himself, with Rosalind forced to her knees behind him, just a short distance from a grotesque hill of corpses stacked one on top of the other. Livier welcomes him smoothly, greeting Count Ghislain Fenris and thanking him for accepting his invitation. Rosalind is shocked to see him arrive, well aware that this entire situation is a deadly trap set specifically for him. Ghislain silently observes them both without uttering a single word. A few seconds later, completely ignoring Livier, he walks straight toward the kneeling Rosalind. As he makes his way toward her, Livier thrusts his weapon forward to block him, bringing the two men dangerously close to one another. Ghislain's eyes flash a brilliant, piercing blue, while Livier's eyes glow a menacing, sinister red. Ghislain then locks his gaze onto Livier. In a flash, he draws his sword and aims a lethal strike directly for Livier's head, but Livier successfully parries the sudden attack. Ghislain follows up immediately with another sweeping diagonal slash from high to low, which Livier deftly deflects using his own weapon. Ghislain instantly senses that something is terribly wrong. Noticing that his sword is completely devoid of mana, he mutters to himself in disbelief, questioning what happened to his energy. Producing a small handbell, Livier asks if he has already noticed, assuring him that there is nothing strange about it. He rings the bell, sending powerful sound waves rippling out in every direction, before declaring that no one can use mana in this place. Livier then commands his holy warriors to rise. Suddenly, a monstrous hand erupts from the pile of stacked corpses. The creature reveals itself to be an enormous giant of a man with numerous swords driven deep into his back. Witnessing this horror, Ghislain gasps, recognizing exactly what they are. Alongside the giant, other reanimated soldiers stand up, all with swords impaled through their bodies, while a glowing aura radiates from the center of the behemoth. Rosalind cries out to Ghislain, warning him that the giant is Count Faud, the diplomat of the Duke's family. She explains that Livier infused them with dark energy, transforming them into those abominations, and that even the kingdom's army has been turned into mere puppets. Before she can say another word, another soldier creeps up from behind and presses a blade tightly against Rosalind's throat, forcing her into absolute silence. Ghislain glares at Livier and asks if he truly dares to call those monstrosities holy warriors. Livier counters by asking if Ghislain has seen this power before, specifically emphasizing that power. Instantly, haunting memories of Desmond flash through Ghislain's mind. Livier politely requests that even if it is a hassle, the Count should face them to demonstrate just how truly powerful he is. Count Faud, alongside the other undead soldiers, hurls himself at Ghislain, who awaits their onslaught without so much as flinching. As Count Faud charges blindly, Ghislain effortlessly dodges the massive strike and pivots toward the two smaller soldiers. One of them launches a frontal assault, which Ghislain parries just as he spots the second one flanking him from the side. He blocks the first attacker's strike with his left hand while simultaneously intercepting the second attacker's blow with his sword. With a swift counter, He drives his blade directly into the neck of the enemy he just blocked. Spinning fluidly on his heel, he seizes the other soldier's weapon and drives it cleanly into that opponent's neck as well. At that exact moment, Count Faud re-enters the fray, aiming a colossal fist straight at Gislin's body, but Gislin ducks underneath it just in time. Count Faud follows up immediately with a devastating downward smash, but this time Gislin evades by leaping high into the air. Mid-air, Gislin strikes Count Faud square in the neck, but the lumbering giant feels absolutely nothing, swinging a massive hand back at Gislin. Gislin easily dodges the incoming swipe by spinning gracefully mid-air. The moment his feet touch the ground, Gislin charges forward and drives a powerful blow straight into Count Faud's neck. He then vaults into the air, keeping his sword firmly embedded in the giant's flesh. Utilizing his own body weight and executing a powerful spinning motion to the opposite side, Gislin cleanly severs Count Faud's monstrous head. Livier watches the brutal execution in stunned silence, while a deeply relieved Rosalind cannot help but let out a soft sigh of joy. Gislin wrenches his blades free from the fallen soldiers' bodies. Looking at Livier, he remarks that fighting monsters like these without even being able to use mana proves that common sense does not apply here. Slightly out of breath, he demands to know what kind of trick Livier used. Livier eyes him with a smug smirk before explaining that the rift is absorbing all the mana in the area. Surprised, Gislin echoes the words, questioning if it is a rift. Livier clarifies that opening something of this scale requires an unbelievable amount of mana, noting that simply luring someone possessed of monstrous mana, like Gislin, here has already accomplished his true goal. Gislin realizes internally that the anomaly has been draining his mana all along, noting that it has grown much larger than before. He shudders to think what will happen if that rift opens fully, as memories of the monstrous entity he had to face in his past life flash vividly before him. Everything finally clicks. Gislin states aloud that he finally sees how it all happened, identifying them as the ones responsible for triggering the Age of Calamity and the masterminds behind the attempt to destroy Ferdium by backing the ducal house. Livier is visibly caught off guard by his words. Burning with pure fury, Gislin glares at him and demands confirmation if it was them all along, the Salvation Church. The chapter kicks off with a high-stakes clash between Tennant and Lucas, who lunges forward with full force, driving his spear straight toward Tennant's head in a deadly strike. Tennant doesn't even flinch, simply waiting for him with open arms as if inviting the attack. Right at the absolute last second, just as the lethal tip of Lucas's weapon grazes the space near his eye, Tennant snaps his sword upward to deflect the trajectory into the air. With terrifying precision, he spins his hand over the shaft, trapping the spear between his arm and the hilt of his blade while grabbing it mid-shaft with his free hand. Before Lucas can even react, Tennant has his steel pressed firmly against his throat. Sweating profusely, Lucas stands frozen in sheer shock, unable to process how he lost after a single exchange. With his blade held tightly against Lucas's neck, Tennant evaluates his opponent, telling him that he is fast, but far too crude and unrefined, adding that he has seen enough of his skill. A chilling blue light glows in Tennant's eyes as he unleashes his suffocating pressure. Alpho and the rest of Gislin's soldiers watch in horror, convinced that everything is over. Lucas himself accepts his fate, closing his eyes as the image of Gislin flashes through his mind. But to everyone's utter disbelief, Tennant sheathes his sword. Gasping frantically for air and barely able to wrap his head around being spared, Lucas turns back and asks if he really isn't going to kill him. Tennant cold-bloodedly replies that his blade is not the weapon of a knight, but that of someone who simply learned how to survive on the blood-stained battlefield. He then shifts the subject, asking if Lucas didn't mention earlier that Count Fenris was currently in the capital. Lucas is caught off guard by the question, but with a faint, relieved smile, he confirms that it is true. Tennant's face lights up with pure, ruthless excitement as he remarks that now he is even more curious about this man named Gislin, a commander capable of keeping someone like Lucas under his thumb. The camera shifts over to Gislin, who is locked in a fierce battle against Livier. Gislin openly accuses him of being the mastermind behind the Age of Calamity, the true culprits who attempted to destroy Ferdium by pulling the strings of the ducal house. Livier's calm demeanor shatters at the accusation. Furious, Ghislain demands confirmation, asking if it was them all along, explicitly calling out the Salvation Church. Behind them, Rosalind stammers in utter shock, repeating the name of the Salvation Church. Livier's eyes widen in disbelief as he notes that even the kingdom's top intelligence organization remains completely oblivious to their existence. Yet the Count somehow knows the name Salvation Church. He demands to know where and from whom Ghislain managed to hear that name. Ghislain casually points out that Livier isn't even denying it. Step by step, Ghislain stalks forward, reminding Livier that he previously claimed his goal was accomplished the moment Ghislain set foot in the cave. Leveling his sword straight at Livier, Ghislain declares that confirming their connection behind Duke Delphine was Livier's ultimate fatal mistake. In a flash, Ghislain explodes forward at blinding speed, forcing Livier to barely block the incoming slash with his weapon. Ghislain instantly follows up with his second sword in a heavy downward diagonal strike, but Livier manages to parry it again. Ghislain swings a third time, then rapidly thrusts directly for Livier's throat, but Livier deflects the blade aside and points his weapon back at Ghislain, revealing hidden gun barrels built into the very tip of the weapon. Ghislain instantly spots the barrels and wonders what kind of trick this is, but before he can retreat, Livier pulls the trigger at point-blank range. Ghislain dodges at the absolute last microsecond. Ghislain swiftly counters with a heavy blow. Livier parries it, but the raw kinetic force sends him sliding backward. The two combatants pause for a brief second, locking eyes in intense silence. Ghislain comments that it is an obsolete weapon, noting that Livier certainly possesses refined taste. Methodically reloading his firearm with fresh rounds, Livier explains that it is a portable firearm designed to fire metal bullets using gunpowder, an ancient weapon forgotten by history due to the rise of mana and magic. However, he smiles, pointing out that it is the ultimate tool in a zone where mana is completely useless. He aims the barrel right at Ghislain once more. Ghislain crosses his twin swords into an X-guard, preparing to tank the shots. But instead of shooting Ghislain directly, Livier aims upward, blasting the sharp cave rocks directly above his head. Realizing they are stalactites, Ghislain moves like lightning, dodging the massive sharp rocks raining down on him. Without missing a beat, Ghislain hurls one of his swords like a missile straight at Livier. Livier knocks the flying blade away with ease, but Ghislain has already closed the distance. Emerging right in front of him, Ghislain winds up a heavy blow in midair and drives his remaining sword down with terrifying strength, but Livier sidesteps out of the way. Seeing Ghislain airborne and defenseless before landing, Livier goes in for a finishing strike. But Ghislain uses his blade to deflect the blow midair, using the impact force as a stepping stone to vault higher into the cavern roof. The moment his feet touch the ground, Ghislain unleashes a rapid, unrelenting barrage of slashes. Livier barely manages to block the onslaught before knocking Ghislain's sword back with his weapon. Ghislain counters with a heavy overhead slash, but Livier parries and responds with a lethal downward strike aimed directly at Ghislain's head. However, Ghislain has already calculated the exchange. He drives his blade toward Livier's face. Livier realizes the danger at the very last second and dodges, but fails to escape unscathed as Ghislain's sword slices open his face and pierces right through his top hat. Livier steps back in absolute shock, realizing to himself that Ghislain strategically used the falling stalactites as a setup all along. Delivering a sharp kick to push Ghislain back, Livier creates a safe distance between them. After a breathless series of fierce attacks and counterattacks, both men are left visibly winded. Pulling out a strange ceremonial bell, Livier admits that stopping Ghislain through ordinary combat is impossible, and that as a gentleman, he truly wished to avoid using such crude methods. He rings the bell, sending eerie acoustic waves vibrating through the entire cavern. Horrifyingly, fallen guards begin to stand back up like broken puppets, even those with swords impaled straight through their skulls. The guard holding Rosalind hostage casually throws her to the ground and sprints toward Ghislain at full speed alongside two other undead soldiers. Livier commands his holy warriors who do not fear death, shouting that the time has come to fulfill their final purpose. The three soldiers detonate themselves simultaneously right in front of Ghislain, enveloping him in a massive, earth-shattering point-blank explosion. Rosalind screams Ghislaine's name in pure horror as debris and cave rocks rain down over the blast site. As the thick smoke begins to clear, Ghislaine's silhouette emerges standing tall and completely unharmed. Looking at the carnage, Ghislaine bitterly questions how Livier dares call them holy warriors when he is simply using living human beings as disposable test subjects. Livier stammers in sheer disbelief, horrified as he notices something impossible. He asks out loud how Ghislaine can possibly be using mana in this place. Ghislaine has unleashed the forbidden power of dark, surrounding his entire body in a heavy, ominous dark aura. Eyes glowing with lethal intent, Ghislaine coldly explains that he is simply outputting more mana than the rift can physically drain at once. Livier scoffs, telling him that regardless of what trick he is using, he has made a massive mistake. The more mana he outputs, the faster the rift will expand and destroy everything. Taking a low combat stance and pointing his blade straight at Livier's heart, Ghislaine bluntly responds that he already knows, and that he intends to end this fight before that happens. At supersonic speed, Ghislaine vanishes from sight, surging forward directly toward Livier's head. Livier catches the blur, grits his teeth, and deflects the incoming blow with his weapon. In a shocking twist, Livier executes the exact same parry and trap technique that Tennant used against Lucas earlier, proving without a doubt that both men learned under the exact same master. Just like Tennant did, Livier presses his firearm point blank against Ghislaine, screaming that this is the end. But unlike Lucas, Ghislaine is a seasoned monster on the battlefield. The moment his path is blocked, Ghislaine lets go of his sword grip, spinning inside Livier's guard in a fluid motion reminiscent of an Ogashi judo hip throw. Instead of completing the throw, Ghislaine wrests control of the weapon, rotates back around, buries the barrel deep into Livier's stomach, and pulls the trigger. A violent burst of blood erupts from the back of Livier's torso. Collapsed to his knees, severely wounded and bleeding out, Livier realizes in horror that Ghislaine's true power, the force described in the ducal house's confidential reports, is not merely similar to theirs. It is far closer to their own source than anyone could have ever imagined. Ghislaine stares down at the grim devastation surrounding them, his eyes narrowing as he demands to know if they are the masterminds who created this terrifying rift. Livier, sweating profusely and coughing up dark blood, weakly chuckles before replying that Ghislaine vastly overestimates them, asking how mere mortals like them could ever work a miracle of such magnitude. Without a moment's hesitation, Ghislaine drives his sharp sword straight through Livier's chest, telling him flatly that he never figured he would talk easily anyway, and demanding to know if he wasn't the one who told him to come here if he wanted to uncover the truth about his power. Even with the deadly blade buried deep in his stomach, Livier laughs it off with a twisted smile and asks if he really said that, before explaining that Ghislaine's unique power closely resembles the strength of their Salvation Church, noting that it carries a resonance far closer to holy power than to mere mana. Shocked and perplexed to hear mention of holy power, Ghislaine listens closely as Livier warns him that pressing for further answers will do him no good, since he is merely an expendable tool meant to open the door for this world's true master and true king. With his final breath, Livier channels every last drop of his remaining life force, releasing an explosive surge of dark energy that gets directly absorbed by the expanding rift. Seeing this unfold, Ghislaine curses the bastard for pouring all his energy into the abyss right before dying. The rift greedily swallows the energy until a blinding explosion tears open a gateway to another dimension, sucking everything inside its pull. Terrified by the sudden cataclysm, Ghislaine watches as the rift officially opens, dragging in the lifeless bodies of Rosalind's guards along with Rosalind herself. Acting right in the nick of time, Ghislaine unleashes his mana threads to whip through the air, wrapping securely around Rosalind's hand and forcefully yanking her toward him. Catching her safely, he tells her to get out of there first while he takes care of closing the rift. Leaving a bewildered Rosalind calling out his name in sheer panic, Ghislaine vanishes from sight as he dives headfirst into the open rift. He plummets through the empty void for several seconds, noting the terrible miasma filling the suffocating air, yet comforting himself with the thought that at least the interior is dense with mana, so using his powers will not be an issue. Dark, witnessing the reckless stunt from within his consciousness, yells in disbelief, asking if he has completely lost his mind and why on earth he would jump into the rift. Ghislain replies calmly that now that the rift is wide open, there is no way to resolve it from the outside, and he has to stop it from expanding further across the realm. He charges headfirst toward a blinding light glowing right ahead, where a monstrous entity awaits him at the bottom. A terrifying creature shaped like a disciple wielding a black sword, marked with a sinister magic circle identical to the ones Livier's monsters used outside and matching the one Count Desmond once brandished. Recognizing the nightmare before him, Ghislain calls out that it has been a long time, harbinger of the end, Equidima. The alien-like monster emits a feral, animalistic roar that echoes through the void and strikes downward with its black blade with all its might. Ghislain manages to parry the devastating blow with his own sword, but the sheer weight of the monster's overwhelming strength crushes down on him, hurling him violently against the ground and nearly causing him to black out. Giving him no time to recover his breath, the monster charges again with its sword fully primed, prompting Dark to shout a frantic warning for his master to get back. Equidima swings with maximum force, but Ghislain narrowly dodges, the monster's devastating blow shattering the ground beneath them into dust. Without stopping, the creature follows up with a fierce lateral swipe. Ghislain parries it, but the impact sends heavy shockwaves of flying stones crashing into him, knocking him backward yet again. Desperate to break, Ghislain drives his sword deep into the terrain. Gasping for air, he thinks to himself about the sheer, terrifying, unadulterated strength that needs no explanation. The monster immediately positions itself to resume the relentless assault. Dark frantically protests that there is no way they can win this fight, pointing out that even with his master's power, he is being pushed back and they need to escape immediately, especially since his mana was drained by the rift earlier and he expended too much energy fighting that white priest. Clenching his teeth in fierce determination, Ghislain declares that if Equidima makes it outside, the rift will spiral completely out of control, turning every land it touches into an uninhabitable wasteland. As he speaks, the gigantic monster lunges forward once more, charging its attack to the absolute maximum. Gritting his teeth tighter, Ghislain channels every last drop of his remaining strength and screams that this time, he will never let that happen. He thrusts upward from below to meet the monster's descending black blade, causing their weapons to clash violently. Ghislain's sword begins to crack under the mounting pressure until it is literally sheared in half by the monster's massive blade. Refusing to yield to despair, Ghislain charges straight ahead with his broken weapon, while the monster counters with a sweeping sideways strike. He prepares to throw everything he has left into the attack, pouring his very soul into this final clash against the giant blade, when suddenly Gillian and Kair arrive just in time to back him up, turning the tide into a thrilling 3-on-1 fight. Ghislain is utterly surprised to see them down here, accompanied by Pyote, who immediately steps in to cast divine magic and soothe his wounds. Bolstered by the combined power of all four companions, they successfully force back the monster's blade, which had previously been dominating Ghislain in pure raw power. Delighted to see his trusted allies, Ghislain thanks them warmly, prompting Gillian to apologize for being late, while Kair cheekily remarks if he was planning to have all the fun by himself. Ghislain asks about Miss Rosalind, and Pyote reassures him that Belinda is taking care of her, allowing Ghislain to focus entirely on the battle ahead. The monster lets out a deafening roar that startles Pyote, while Kair notes that the scene reminds him of when they went to the Forest of Beasts, with Gillian adding that back then it was the blood python. Setting himself into position and releasing Dark's suppressed power, Ghislain tells everyone to prepare for battle and finish this quickly so they can all go home, and the entire group braces for the clash. The monster lunges at all four of them with a wide lateral sweep, but they expertly leap into the air to dodge. As Gillian lands back down, he strikes the beast's shoulder, and Kair instantly follows up from the opposite side, executing a perfect team maneuver that cleanly lops off the creature's arm in a single strike. Meanwhile, Ghislain prepares himself by activating his fourth core, enveloping his body in a brilliant golden aura. telling the beast that they should never meet again. He unleashes his absolute strongest technique, slicing the monster cleanly in half, just like he previously did to Desmond and Delmuth. Far away in his domain, Delphine instantly feels the monster's death as their telepathic connection violently snaps. The scene shifts to his dark throne room as he mutters that in the end, he truly chose to betray his faith. He stands up from his seat, declaring that now he has no other choice but to act personally, finally revealing his face as his glowing red eyes pierce through the shadows. Ghislain makes good on his promise to bring Rosalind back to Branford, and the father and daughter finally stand face to face. Branford simply looks at her, entirely speechless. Rosalind stays completely silent as well, her face streaked with dirt and her eyes glued to the floor. Cautiously, she glances up at her father, her expression heavy with worry. But Branford does not hesitate. He pulls her into a fierce, tight embrace, reassuring her that her safety is all that matters. Turning his attention to Ghislain, the Marquis thanks him from the very bottom of his heart for bringing his little girl home. Ghislain offers a warm smile in return, but the relief on his face vanishes in an instant, replaced by a dead serious glare. He looks right at the Marquis and warns him that they need to discuss something of absolute urgency. Ghislain lays out every single detail of the recent events, heavily emphasizing the involvement of the Salvation Church, which immediately prompts Branford to press for more answers. With everyone gathered in the room, Ghislain drops the ultimate bombshell. He reveals that they are dealing with a rogue cult working hand in hand with the ducal house, and the man who kidnapped Lady Rosalind was actually a high-ranking priest of that very same Salvation Church. The entire room freezes in stunned silence at the mere mention of a cult. Ghislain does not hold back. He explains that this dangerous group can manufacture zones that completely nullify mana, and worse, they possess the terrifying ability to mutate ordinary people into grotesque monsters. Operating purely from the shadows, this cult has been orchestrating a massive disaster known as the Rift to bring the kingdom to its knees. Naturally, Marquis Maurice Macquarie starts panicking. He yells at Ghislain to pump the brakes, demanding to know what kind of absolute nonsense he is spouting about monsters and world-ending disasters. Instead of arguing, Ghislain simply calls Father Pyote forward to explain. And as a quick side note for you guys, it turns out Pyote is actually a man, not a woman. Stepping up nervously, Pyote explains to the gathered nobles that the rift is essentially a door bridging their reality with another dimension. And right now, something monstrous from the other side is desperately trying to force its way through. Branford's expression darkens as he asks what exactly that thing is. Taking control of the room, Ghislain formally introduces Father Pyote of the Juliana Church, making sure to credit him as the man who helped seal the rift. Branford absorbs this chilling revelation, muttering to himself about an otherworldly entity wielding impossible power, a walking, breathing disaster. He points out a glaring issue. The Kingdom of Lithuania has never officially recognized any faith outside its own state religions, and that includes the Juliana Church. Yet somehow, a deeply heretical force has been thriving right in the very heart of their nation. Ghislain cuts straight to the core of the issue. He stresses that the most terrifying detail right now is that the ducal house of Delphine, one of the absolute heavyweights of the kingdom, has allied itself with the Salvation Church and their otherworldly abilities. Their ultimate endgame is not just to bring ruin to the kingdom, but to unleash total annihilation upon the entire continent. Wearing an expression carved from stone, Branford asks if Ghislain is implying that their combined strength alone will not be enough to stop this. Ghislain replies with a blunt, undeniable yes. Knowing full well that Ghislain is not one to lie, Branford realizes the sheer gravity of the situation. He immediately barks out a summons for his trusted guard, Tolio, who appears in a flash. Rising forcefully from his chair, Branford orders Tolio to summon every single archbishop and noble currently residing in the capital this exact second. He declares that he will personally preside over this emergency council and insists that absolutely no one is to be excluded. Tolio obeys without a shred of hesitation and rushes out to gather the kingdom's elite. Branford does not stop there. He issues a fierce mandate that the Salvation Church be officially branded as a hostile cult, demanding that every single person associated with them be hunted down without mercy, regardless of their noble rank or status. He orders this decree to be broadcast across the entire kingdom and immediately relayed to every allied nation. With unwavering, absolute authority, Marquis Brantford formally declares the ducal house of Delphine a mortal enemy of the kingdom for conspiring with heretics. The atmosphere in the room becomes suffocatingly heavy. Every man present, from the easily startled Maurice Macquarie to Billow, wears a grim, hardened expression. Pyote begins to break into a frantic cold sweat, but Ghislain just feels a powerful surge of satisfaction at the Marquis's ruthless and decisive leadership. Brantford finalizes his decree with a booming promise. In the name of the Kingdom of Lithuania, the traitors will bleed for their crimes. Listening to those powerful words, Ghislain thinks to himself that this is exactly the kind of unyielding resolve he expected from Marquis Brantford. He calculates their next moves, realizing that if the kingdom's official churches step up, they will instantly gain an entire army of holy allies. His mind specifically drifts to the disciples of the goddess of war. He notes that if Parniel, the saintess of war and one of the legendary 7 greats of the continent, decides to join their vanguard, their chances of crushing Delphine will absolutely skyrocket. The narrative violently shifts to Castle Eclipse deep within the Delphine Duchy, throwing us straight into the office of Raoul Joseph. Raoul viciously slams his hands down onto his desk, practically foaming at the mouth with fury. He curses Lavier as an arrogant, entirely useless wretch, mentally roaring that if the fool could not manage to kill Ghislain, he should have at least guaranteed the opening of the rift. Because of that monumental, catastrophic failure, the Royalists now have a clear picture of the Salvation Church and their apocalyptic rift. Raoul agonizingly realizes that if Ghislain starts mobilizing in earnest, decades of their meticulous, shadowy preparations will be burnt to ash. His mind snaps back to the past, flashing back to the very first time their paths crossed at Brantford's estate. Gritting his teeth until they nearly crack, Raoul spits out Ghislain Perdium's name, drowning in the bitter regret of not slaughtering the boy when he had the chance. Desperate and spiraling, he scrambles to reassure himself that the game is not over yet, and that he will somehow figure a way out of this nightmare. But suddenly, Raoul senses something horribly wrong. His eyes widen in absolute, paralyzing shock as a creeping, suffocating dark aura barrels straight toward him, completely swallowing him whole. Shaken to the absolute core of his being, he stammers into the void, questioning what this terrifying presence could possibly be. Right before his very eyes, the fabric of the room distorts, transforming into a pitch-black and blood-red void, as if a monster has swallowed his office entirely. From the depths of this swirling, toxic mist, a single leg steps forward, followed by another, accompanied by a curtain of long white hair, trailing all the way down to the floor. We all know exactly who this imposing figure is, none other than Duke Delphine himself. The Duke pierces Raoul with a chilling, dead-eyed glare, coldly noting that in the end, Raoul's incompetence has forced him to step onto the stage personally. Raoul practically melts into a puddle of pure, unadulterated terror. Stammering out his master's title, he instantly throws himself to his knees, slamming his forehead against the cold stone floor. He nervously introduces himself as his most loyal servant, offering his deepest, most groveling respects, before fearfully asking what could possibly bring his grace to such a wretched place. Duke Delphine, looking impossibly young despite being roughly the same age as Brantford, just glares down at the pathetic man. The Duke's voice is like ice as he states that he gave Raoul a fair chance, yet Lavier, the pawn they deployed, died miserably by Ghislain's hands. He casually points out that the Salvation Church and their most guarded secret, the Rift, have been completely and utterly exposed, before terrifyingly asking if he got a single one of those facts wrong. Keeping his face firmly pinned to the dirt, Raoul offers his most profound, desperate apologies, openly admitting that he has absolutely no excuse for the disaster. Unfazed, Duke Delphine commands him to raise his head, asking in a haunting whisper exactly when Raoul started bringing him nothing but failure. Raoul freezes completely as the Duke takes a slow, deliberate step closer. The Duke reminisces that Raoul always delivered results, which is exactly why he never bothered asking questions. He never once cared about the messy process as long as the prize was secured. But this time, the results are catastrophic. Trembling violently, Raoul begs for his life. He pleads that there is more than one rift in play, claiming that they merely had to force this specific one open earlier than planned. He tries to downplay the apocalyptic failure as a minor, fixable miscalculation, practically crying as he begs for just one more chance to make it right. Duke Delphine just observes the broken man in dead, suffocating silence for a moment. Finally, he notes that Raoul has grown so very old, commenting that following his shadow all these decades has left his loyal servant without a single opportunity to rest. True, primal panic finally sets in. Raoul repeatedly and violently slams his forehead against the floor. He cries out that while the Salvation Church took him in when he was just a discarded orphan, their hollow god and empty, pathetic revelations meant absolutely nothing to him. He vividly recalls the fateful day he first met his grace and witnessed his burning will to overturn the entire kingdom. Raoul swears that on that very day, he pledged his body, his soul, and everything he had to that grand ambition. Bashing his skull against the stone tiles until a thick pool of blood begins to form, Raoul screams in sheer desperation. He wails that for decades, he sacrificed his entire life, shed his own blood, and surrendered absolutely everything he was to the cause. Sobbing hysterically, he begs for just one, single, final chance. Honestly, guys, seeing him reduced to this, you almost start to feel a tiny shred of compassion for the man. But Duke Delphine just stares down at the weeping mess without a single, fleeting trace of emotion. After a few agonizing, drawn-out seconds, the Duke calmly states that he never once doubted Raoul's loyalty. Turning his back on his oldest servant, Duke Delphine simply tells him to rest easy before vanishing into the shadows, leaving the office to snap back to its mundane reality. Raoul sits there breathing heavily, thick drops of blood dripping steadily from his ruined forehead. He numbly repeats the Duke's final, chilling words, questioning out loud what it truly means to rest easy. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door completely shatters the silence. A familiar voice calls out as a figure steps inside the room. Raoul slowly looks up, his voice trembling as he stammers out Balzac's name. Balzac steps fully into the office, his sword already drawn and gleaming. He coldly tells Raoul that he came here to say a final goodbye to his old friend. Raoul's eyes widen in terror for a split second, but then they slowly flutter closed in quiet, absolute resignation. He knows this is the end of the line. Balzac asks if he has any final words for the world. Stripped of all his fierce ambition and fiery drive, Raoul simply asks Balzac to serve his grace, Duke Delphine, well. Balzac firmly confirms that he will, before stepping forward and swiftly finishing him off. The scene quickly shifts back to Duke Delphine. Standing rigidly before him is Aiden, quietly awaiting his master's next move. Without missing a beat, the Duke commands him to send an official envoy directly to the Salvation Church. Finally, the perspective cuts one last time, landing on a decrepit, decaying old man lying motionlessly in his bed. Duke Delphine issues his final, chilling declaration regarding Verhem Radran II, ordering his subordinates to tell them that they will officially bring the King of Lithuania over to their side. Lying frail in his royal bed, the King of Lithuania rasps in utter disbelief, asking his subordinate if he is truly speaking of Count Fenris. The loyal servant confirms it without hesitation, explaining that the Count has allegedly exposed Duke Delphine for secretly aligning with the Salvation Church, a vile, heretical cult operating in the shadows. Hearing this, the king murmurs in awe, marveling at how whenever the royal bloodline faces mortal peril, someone always steps forward from the shadows to protect it. He pauses, his eyes clouding over as he recalls Annette, the former commander of the Shadow Knights Order, remembering how that formidable woman had once stepped up to safeguard the crown in the exact same manner. But almost instantly, a wave of bitter fury consumes the dying monarch as his thoughts shift to Marquis Branford, a tyrant who openly wields power as he pleases, utterly ignoring the king's authority without ever seeking royal permission. The king curses the man under his breath, questioning how such a disgraced figure could ever be considered a loyal subject to the crown, raging in frustration that none of this would have happened if that woman had not granted Branford her unwavering backing in the first place. His servant watches him in total silence while the king despairs over his declining health, lamenting that his crippling illness continues to worsen with every passing day. Seeing his master at his lowest, the subordinate leans closer and quietly asks if the king would like to meet those who claim they possess the power to grant eternal life. Caught completely off guard, the bewildered king stammers in sheer astonishment, his hollow eyes suddenly lighting up with a desperate spark of hope. Meanwhile, over in the eastern region of the Kingdom of Lithuania, a massive dimensional rift violently tears open in the sky, unleashing a dark energy that mutates innocent citizens into hideous, bloodthirsty monsters. Outmatched soldiers fight desperately against the tide of beasts, shouting at their former neighbors to snap out of it and regain their human consciousness. The guards curse in sheer horror as they realize these terrifying creatures were mere villagers just moments ago, utterly baffled by where their monstrous physical strength is coming from. Realizing the nature of the curse, they urgently shout to hold their breath, warning everyone that inhaling the exhaled dark smoke triggers the grotesque transformation. Suddenly, the earth trembles as a colossal demon emerges from the gaping rift, the very same high-tier monster that had previously killed Ghislain alongside Pyote, Gillian, and Kair in a past timeline. Dwarfed like tiny ants beside the giant creature, the horrified soldiers freeze in absolute terror, trembling as they question what kind of nightmarish entity stands before them. The massive demon winds up a devastating attack with its enormous black broadsword, swinging it down to crush the remaining guards. But in that fraction of a second, a warrior wielding a heavy tower shield and a massive warhammer leaps into the fray, blocking the earth-shattering blow head-on. Even as the ground beneath her boots completely shatters under the monster's sheer physical power, she holds her ground without yielding an inch. The surviving soldiers stand frozen in total disbelief, unable to fathom how anyone could stop such a cataclysmic attack with raw force. Turning her gaze toward the stunned troops, the warrior commands everyone to evacuate the battlefield immediately, firmly declaring that she will purify this demonic beast herself. Revealing her face, she is a strikingly beautiful young woman with bright, gleaming yellow eyes. Channeling her immense power, she uses her shield to violently shove the monster's massive blade backward, and in a fraction of a millisecond, she vaults high into the air. With terrifying speed, she brings her hammer down straight into the monster's face, delivering a heavy blow that forces the beast to spit up dark blood. Mid-air, the demon wildly swings its giant left hand to crush her, but the agile warrior spins through the sky to dodge the incoming strike. Releasing her grip on her shield, she strikes it with her weapon, driving the metal shield deep into the monster's chest like a deadly wedge. Gathering every ounce of her holy power, she charges one final, full power strike and smashes her hammer directly into the beast's head, completely shattering its skull and killing the giant demon on the spot. The soldiers stare in dumbfounded shock, struggling to process the unbelievable display of power, until one of them stammers in realization that he knows who she is. He has heard the legends of the famed battle nun of Hammer and Shield, the Holy Maiden of Moriana, Parniel. Parniel has effortlessly one-shot the high-tiered demonic monster without breaking a sweat. Moments later, two of her subordinates approach her to report that they have finished purifying the mutated creatures, though sadly, those who had already fully transformed were beyond saving and had to be killed. Looking at the grim aftermath, Parniel remarks on how truly horrific the situation is, wondering where on earth such evil entities could have originated from. Her subordinate explains that it seems directly linked to the fact that the heretical religious order was brought into the kingdom of Lithuania. Parniel agrees with a heavy nod, urging her followers to make haste, noting that the kingdom will soon become the bloody epicenter of an all-out war. The scene shifts to the grand capital city of Cardinia, where the realm's most influential leaders are gathered around a massive strategy table presided over by Marquis Branford. Moments later, Ghislain strides confidently into the room, announcing his presence as Count Ghislain Fenris, commander of the Northern Army. Among the high-profile figures assembled in the hall are Archbishop Frisco, representing the official kingdom's Wana Church, Pyote, the Holy Saint of Wana, representatives from the wealthy and formidable house of Countess Aylesbury, Marquis Morris Macquarie, Marshal of the Royal Army, Lord Byler Norton, the Supreme Judge, and Marquis Branford himself, Minister of the Royal House of Lithuania. Branford turns to Tolio, asking if everyone is present, and Tolio confirms that the entire assembly has arrived. Declaring that they cannot afford to wait forever, Branford kicks off the high-stakes council meeting. He reminds the table that the entire kingdom now knows Duke Delphine is backed by the Salvation Church. Since the Duke possesses a level of military power that rivals the kingdom itself, and the Salvation Church is a shadowy heretical force operating outside the official church, sharing their power to destabilize the realm, they must separate these two allied forces at all costs. Outraged by the revelation, Archbishop Frisco snaps in a fury, questioning how such an accursed heresy could ever take root in their land. Ghislain steps forward to clarify, explaining that these heretics have been quietly expanding their power in the darkest, most hidden corners of the continent for many years, calling them sinister scum. As Frisco looks at him in surprise, Ghislain continues, stating that as he detailed in his previous letter, he convened this meeting because they have obtained clear circumstantial evidence proving that Duke Delphine, a public enemy of the realm, attempted to overthrow the kingdom. Ghislain reveals that the heretics planned to summon beings from another world by abusing a sinister heretical power known as the Rift, intending to trigger a world-ending catastrophe, a crisis that has likely already begun at this very moment. Frisco finds the claims hard to digest, expressing deep skepticism that heretics could wield power from another world, insisting it sounds like an absurd story, until a firm voice interrupts the room, asserting that every single word is true. Parniel enters the council chamber, surprising the assembled high nobles. Branford looks up, while Ghislain internally acknowledges her arrival, recognizing her as the holy saint chosen by Moriana, the goddess of war. Introducing herself to the room, Parniel states that she serves the goddess Moriana, apologizing for her late arrival because she was caught up in fighting one of those very dimensional rifts while traveling to the capital. Rising from his chair, Branford remarks that now everyone is finally gathered. He asks Tolio about Marquis Roderick of the West, and Tolio reports that Marquis Roderick immediately severed his alliance with the ducal house the moment Duke Delphine was declared a public enemy. Turning his gaze toward Ghislain, Branford asks for his assessment of Roderick's move. Ghislain explains with a stern expression that Roderick's intentions are crystal clear. By severing ties immediately, it proves he was already dissatisfied with the ducal alliance, and now he intends to sit back while the royal prince's faction and the ducal house tear each other apart, waiting for both sides to exhaust their forces so he can swoop in and devour whichever side is left weakened. Branford concludes that to wage a full-scale total war against the ducal house, they must first conquer the West. Ghislain nods in agreement, prompting Branford to give the command. Addressing Archbishop Frisco of the kingdom's church, Branford orders him to team up with Parniel to eradicate the dimensional rifts created by the heretics. Branford hands over a strategic map detailing the approximate rift locations extracted from an interrogated priest of the Salvation Church, pointing out that destroying the rifts will ruin the core of the heretics' master plan, charging the church with resolving the rift threat once and for all. Clenching his fists in zealous rage, Frisco vows to fulfill his duty, eagerly shouting about launching a righteous holy war. Branford then turns to Ghislain, officially ordering the commander of the Northern Army to conquer Roderick of the West. Ghislain slams his fist over his chest, declaring with supreme confidence that it won't take him long. As Parniel watches the exchange with a skeptical eye, Branford delivers a final warning to the council, stating that the stability of the entire kingdom rests on their shoulders and reminding them that failure will never be tolerated, a command everyone echoes in unanimous agreement. As Ghislain makes his way toward the exit, he notices Parniel waiting for him in the hallway. The two exchange an intense glare before Parniel approaches, warning him that he carries a dark and murky energy, declaring that one day they will need to have a proper conversation regarding that suspicious power, referring directly to his dark energy. Her words trigger a memory in Ghislain, recalling Livier's dying words when he noted that Ghislain's dark power was strikingly similar to the magic used by the Salvation Church. Ghislain casually agrees to her demand before heading out. Outside in the capital square, the elite Northern Army has fully assembled for the upcoming campaign. Ghislain's iconic steed, Black King, makes a grand appearance alongside key officers like Gillian, Kair, and Belinda. Black King lets out a thunderous, terrifying roar that echoes across the city. Looking over his loyal troops, Ghislain remarks that he has waited a long time for this day. Donning his heavy helmet, he commands his army to conquer the West and exterminate the traitorous ducal house once and for all, ordering the march to begin. But as the army sets off, Ghislain notices a lone warrior waiting directly in their path at the city exit. It is Tennant, who dramatically draws his blade before the marching army, excitedly declaring that they have finally met, addressing Ghislain as the #1 sword of the North. Surprised by the sudden confrontation, Gillian, Kair, and Belinda react in shock, wondering who this audacious intruder could be. Ghislain calmly orders his subordinates to ride ahead toward the west without him, referring to Tennant as his personal guest. Drawing his own sword, Ghislain releases a terrifying surge of power, while Black King's eyes glow with wild, feral excitement at the thrill of an impending duel.